Hello, assalamu alaikum everyone. How are you?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अस्सलाम वालेकुम मदन भाई हाउ आर यू कैसे हैं आप
Very good. Alhamdulillah, I'm great.
Assalamu alaikum, Adnan.
Wa alaikum assalam. Human, how are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Very good. Human, where were you in the last lecture?
Sorry, Adnan, I working through the job and I couldn't talk and do anything because
Oh,
I
okay.
was on the training. As you know, I got a new job and
Okay.
they set up for us training and I have to do the training.
Okay. So I mean, the job is in the evening time?
Because they force it to do the job to some training until, because tomorrow is the first day we're going to go to the site. They just, bring many stuff to do on 3 days.
Okay. Okay. So were you able to do any labs on vSphere? Have you created
Just
your
I did
environment?
two lab before and I create the network.
You created a network. Okay.
But
Okay.
not switches.
Human, how can you create a network without switches?
No, just I did the network card.
Oh, you did the network card. So, Human, practical for this one, especially for VMware, is very important because VMware is complex. I mean, VCP is certification is very important, but it is complex. Without, practical, it will be not be good for you.
I have certification Adnan, but what I have to do just do the job, do the lab.
Okay. Okay. So, what are the times available now? So, what is your job timing nowadays?
It's a start tomorrow from 9 to 5.
9 to 5. Okay. And you have to go somewhere or it's from
Yeah,
home?
for tomorrow and next day, I have to go to the Mississauga.
Oh, from downtown to Mississauga.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it takes around 2 hours to go, 2 hours to come back.
I think it's 1 hours and went go and 1 hours back.
Okay. And it's 5 days a week?
Right now, no, just 2 days.
It's just 2 days a week. Okay. So which means that you do have now time for the labs.
Because for the rest of that one, we have to do, because tomorrow we receive the laptop. And then when we have to work on the ticketing or troubleshooting when we are at home,
Okay, so 2 days a week you have to go to work, and rest of the days you'll have to work from home.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but you do have time in the evening then.
Yeah, after 5, if I coming home, I think I have.
Okay, my main concern is that this time that we are spending, I want you to do the labs. So sometime it is really difficult to do the labs on your own. Maybe group up with someone and complete the labs because it's very, very important.
But I don't know why I get lazy because sometimes I don't go to the lab because just I sitting in front of my laptop do something else. Since I got a job, I get lazy.
Right. Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum assalam, Faiz. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. So I've tried to do both of the labs, but in the second lab, in which two switches were connected and the third switch was not connected, I've tried to do my best, but I want to understand something. Otherwise, I tried to finish the second lab as well.
Okay, no problem. I'll review that in few minutes.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum assalam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, sir. How about you?
Very good, alhamdulillah.
Sir, I have to discuss. I think right now you are talking to Humayun, so it's okay. I have to discuss about the project, sir, which you have given it to me. Sorry.
It's okay. You can continue. I can speak to Humayun after the lecture.
Sir, the same thing, because when you recorded message at that time, because it was too late, I had an office tomorrow morning, so I left sleep. So the thing is that I have done everything, but only the issue is I want to show my this project to you.
Okay, that's fine. You can share your screen. I need to see the labs from everyone, actually.
Yeah.
So you can share
Okay.
your screen now.
Okay. I'm sharing with you, sir.
In the meantime, everyone log into your infrastructure, log into the vCenter, make sure that your ESXi host and everything is running, even OpenFiler is running.
My system is restarted, sir, so I'm
Okay,
just
that's fine.
restarted
That's fine. So,
automatically. Yeah.
Naveed, how's your lab going?
So lab is good, alhamdulillah. I did both of the labs, but the lab which was shared last night, that was some sort of complicated.
Okay, that's fine.
Because yeah, so like, but we were able to do that last night. Me, Ashish, and Zishan, even Salim also, we were all together working on the project. But
Very good.
I was concerned about your last message, and you mentioned there are no ports in it. So, but without ports, how can you connect a switch?
Right. Yes.
Because
Yes. So yeah, go ahead.
because when we were hooking up the VM, uh, switch was not enabling. Like, I will show you when I will share the screen with you. I will show you.
You
We will
can share
discuss.
your screen.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, I'm waiting for your response.
Oh, okay. Just a second. So I think just a second here. Okay. So where's this thing?
Can you see my screen?
Just a second. I can see your screen, and Dishan is connecting to. Okay. Yes, Naveed, I can see. We can see your screen.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so let me log into the user interface. Can you hear me, Adan bhai?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see your screen.
Okay. So this is my ESXi host. Okay, so this is the situation here. Okay, so this is these are all the ports which I created, like which I understood as per your
Yes.
picture.
So one port group for each switch. Yes.
Yeah, so port one and then goes to VM switch one. Like these are three virtual switches, and these ports are connected to these virtual switches.
Okay, please call them port group. So port groups,
Port group.
these are not ports.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. And but if I go here, so these are all my VMs.
Right. That's good.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if I go here in network, these are all my physical NICs which I added.
Okay.
Okay. Now let me ask you one question. Like without port switch, how can without port, how can we connect a switch with a VM?
Yes. So just go to your application server. Go to the VMs first. Go to virtual machine.
Virtual machines, yeah.
Okay. So now here, right click on firewall server. Right click, edit settings.
Yes.
And here, go to network card. So go to network adapter 1, right? And now click in front of the VM network. So, and change this to, now here, so this is where you need to remember which one is switch 1. So switch 1 is port 1, right?
Right, correct.
So click on port 1. And on the second network card, click on port 2.
Sir, can I add something? Sir?
And just a second. So connect and save. Just save it. So this completes the configuration of your first server. Now right click on web server 1.
Oh, okay.
And same thing, you just need to do this according to the diagram. So the web server 1 is only connected to port 2 in your case, which is switch number 2. So on your adapter, yes. So second, yeah, this one, that's it. That's it. Second server is done. And same goes for third server is only connected to switch 2. And fourth server is connected to switch 3 and switch 4. That's it.
Right.
So
Okay.
your
Right.
complete your architecture is complete here.
Wonderful.
I have
Wonderful.
one
Okay.
concern, sir. I was 99% done, but I was unable to add another NIC card, NIC card. Is it
Okay, Faz, your sound is breaking up again. Faz, can you call from your phone number? Because it's your sound goes up and down. I mean, call from your cell phone, local number, dial it, and then use your phone.
okay?
In the same way, virtual machine number 3 is connected with the virtual switch 2.
उठा के लेके आता है साला.
Yes.
Hmm?
Application server is connected to switch 2. That's it.
And switch 2 is basically connected with port 2.
Exactly. That's it.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay, I got that.
Okay, now if you go to switch number 1, you will see the configuration. You will see switch number 1 has.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Faz.
So I almost did 99%,
Mhm.
but was unable to add another virtual NIC card. If you can see my
Okay, just a second. Another NIC card in the VM or where?
in the VM.
Okay, that's fine. In the VM, I mean, you had to do. Okay, I'll check your machine. After that, I'll check Zishan's machines, and then I
Okay.
will come to you. Naveed, your architecture is complete. Do you understand everything now?
I totally understand. Yes, I totally
Excellent,
understand. Thank you.
excellent. Very
Got
good,
it.
very
Got
good.
it.
Zishan, you
Thank
can
you.
share your screen quickly.
Okay, sir.
Okay, we can see your screen. So you have 3 switches.
Sir, what I did, I understood, but finally, the things which you are telling, because I wanted to show this virtual machine and switches as well. But
Okay.
what I did, I make the name of whatever you make, you give the server name, I make it on the port name. So, for example, sir, this firewall is connected with two server or two NIC card. Okay, so I did this mistake, sir. And then switch to also connected with two application server
Very
and
good.
web server
Yes,
with
yes.
two NIC card.
Very good.
And then and then this one, the third one is I make it the name of firewall two names, and it is also connected as per its infrastructure to NIC card, so it's connected. And then, sir, if we'll go for the virtual machines, so here it's also showing, sir, that this machine is connected with three NIC cards, sir.
But hold on. Okay, so now
Yeah.
looking at your virtual machines,
Yeah.
your all of your okay. So you never changed the port group name for the switches?
Yeah, sir. This is the mistake I did, sir. Otherwise, sir, everything is as per the infrastructure. The server 4, virtual machine 4 is also connected with two NIC cards, sir.
Okay. Yeah, this
Yeah.
looks good. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So now you can
Yeah.
understand?
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
understand this.
Okay,
This
very
thing
good.
I will.
Very good. That's
Yeah.
fine. Faz, you can share your machine. Thank you, Zishan.
Thank you, sir.
Most welcome. Okay, we can see your screen, Faz.
So these are the 4 virtual machines, and
So
these are
you
the 3
have
switches. Two
That's
of the
good.
switches are, and these are the port groups,
right.
firewall, and according to the virtual switch 2 has 4 port groups: firewall server 3, application server, web server, and firewall. My mistake was, like, I did all the thing, but I was unable to add unable to add two NICs
Okay, click on VM1. Yes. Yes.
in edit settings. Yes. So why it's taking so much time?
It's
Yeah,
okay.
it's one firewall, so I need to add another
Yes, click on
adapter.
add hardware. So up there above CPU just yeah, here.
Okay.
Yeah, add network adapter. And have you clicked on it?
Yes, sir. I have, sir.
You can scroll down. You will. It is already added. It is already added. You can scroll down.
No, it's not.
Right. So it's right there.
Yeah.
Uh, It's right at the end, Faz. If you scroll down.
Okay, 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 okay. So
So
I should leave.
remove these additional network cards. Yes, remove, and you just need one more.
Okay. So yeah. So
Okay.
this one is according to the diagram. Diagram is not in front of me now. So
So this one goes to virtual switch 2.
yeah, virtual switch, but I don't know which port it was. I have to see the diagram. So now I understood, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, everyone. So, I mean, the main idea behind this, there is, I mean, it has to be the main idea behind this exercise is I want you to go through understanding of V switches and how do you connect a VM to a V switch and how does V switch works with network cards. So that was the main goal of this exercise. Yeah, it was a bit complex because a lot of things to be added here and there, but with time you will more understand.
So
Any
what
questions regarding this?
yeah, I understood, sir. We added one time all the switches. I mean, NIC card. So if we'll go by step, so it is very easy. Like for example, if I'll go with one NIC card, I mean with one switch and one virtual machine, so it is
Exactly.
easy to make. But
Exactly.
what we did, sir, I added eight NIC card and then three switch, and then that will then it's complicated for us.
Hmm.
Yeah. So if we'll go step one by one, so it is not a problem, I think so.
Exactly. So yes, so this is what I said last time as well.
Yes,
If you
sir.
can, yeah, one by one, I mean all the complex networking in cloud in real environment, the networking can be very complex in a very large network. But if we start piece by piece, so bit
Yes,
by bit, it will be. I mean, that's the only way to make it perfect. Okay,
yes, sir.
excellent.
Right.
So certifications. Naveed got MCSA. Naveed got MCSA. Congrats, Naveed. When was your last paper done?
Thank you, Danbhai. Yeah, I passed my certification 13th December, but early morning around 12:45 a.m.
Okay, very good, very good. And that was
Thank
742.
Right, 7:42. So all three of them are done.
Excellent, excellent, very good. So, and you've downloaded the certificate as well?
Yeah, I checked the website today. So it takes approximately 48 hours after giving the test.
Okay.
So 48 hours will be like tomorrow on 15th, early morning. So I'm expecting that I can download the certificate on 16th December.
Okay.
It hasn't
Okay.
been launched on the website yet.
Okay, that's good.
Naveed, there will be another email which should arrive from another I guess
To claim it?
institute. Yes, claim it. Did
Yeah,
you get it?
I received that email and I claimed that certificate.
That's good. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's it. And I don't think so they will send the physical certificate, I guess.
Yeah, they don't. I think you can order it. You can order it going to the website and you can just select, you don't have to pay for one time. If second time you need a certificate, then they'll ask for the payment. But one time you can order them and they can just mail it to you.
What is that acclaim email actually? Like, what is that for? I don't understand its theory or logic at the back end.
Which one?
The email which I received to claim the certificate, what was that email about?
So that certificate, what happens is that the certification we have, you can attach it to your LinkedIn profile, and that is a verified certification. So if you follow the link, then you can connect it to your LinkedIn, your Insta, and your other social media websites as well.
I see. Okay, got it. But that badge of that MCSA, that was appeared right away. But certificate will be on my account, I think, in next 24 hours for sure.
Okay, very good. So now MCSA is done. Mashallah, that's very good. And secondly, now what is your next exam? Azure.
Azure, inshallah.
Okay, that's very good. So let me bring that up here, which means.
And this is, sorry to cut you for that, and this is because of your hard work and motivation. The way you motivate us, the way you are teaching us with sincerity and with loyalty, the way you take ownership on one-on-one, I would say. So that is really highly appreciable. Thank you so much for your hard work.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome. And actually, it's your dedication and it's your hard work. All I do is TED Talk here. But mainly it's basically your nights, your sacrifices, your time, your money, and inshallah this will be be paid off. So you'll be really surprised when you enter the market, when you get your contract, when you're in the market, you'll be surprised that your life is completely changed. Jumping from one contract to another, it will definitely help. Okay, so here I'm just quickly updating. So MCSE, you've completed MCSA, and who else has completed MCSA?
Sir, I myself, Wasim.
And yes, Wasim has. So who is in the grocery store? Somebody is at the grocery store.
Sir, Alamgir Bhai also finished his MCSA.
Okay, Alamgir has also completed. But who is at the grocery store, everyone?
Must be Alamgir Bhai.
Not me, sir. Not me. I am laying down and enjoying.
Okay.
Then it must be Zishan, I'm telling you.
Okay. And anyone else? So we have 3 people completed MCSA. Anyone else has completed MCSA?
Human is also in the list. Human has done MCSA as well.
Human is MCSA. Okay. And
Human has all of the certifications like Azure, VCP, MCSA. I guess MCSE. I'm not sure about that, but he is an MCSA.
Okay, and where is Human? Human is at work or what's happening?
No, I'm here, Adnan. Thank you so much. Navid bhai, you remind me.
you
guys did great job. I'm old-fashioned. You guys new, and you guys hardworking, and encourage me too. And thank you so much, Navid bhai. And I'm hopefully you guys receive the job soon. I didn't share with you guys, but thanks from Adnan bhai. He helped me. I got new job. And I got the new position, and I start last week for the just a kind of system admin role at the pharmacy. And because I'm in the probation, I didn't share with you guys. See what happened on the next 2-3 weeks if I keep going.
Yeah, thanks, Human. Adnan bhai, when I spoke to Human for the very first time, I told him that you are the most educated person in our group because you have all these certifications.
Yeah. Actually, he does. So not only professional certification, he also has masters as well, bachelor's and master's degree too.
Wow, that is awesome.
Okay, so Zishan,
Yes, sir.
yes. How about your certification?
Sir, one 740 done. 741 I'll do it in this week, sir.
Okay,
And
okay,
then
okay, very good. And Salim, if you're online, is Salim online here? No. Yes, Salim.
About Salim, 714, 741 is done, I guess.
yes, sir.
Okay.
741 also.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. And Faisal is not here. Okay, almost everyone is done, and Faz is completed one 740. So Azure, how many of you are going for Azure now? I know that
Sir, I have
VCP.
I have
Yes,
I
go
have
ahead.
exam for Azure next week, so I'm almost done Azure preparation.
Okay, very good. So
Yeah,
exam next week.
guys, pray for me.
Okay, inshallah, you'll pass it, inshallah. And so exam next week, meaning I'll just put a date of 23rd. Uh, so
I have exam on 23rd. Yeah.
okay, okay, very good. And anyone else going for Azure?
Me too, sir. Soon.
Okay, soon.
I
Okay,
have planning for Azure
Next
in the month
before
of December. Though I don't have any kind of date, but I have confirmed planning to go with Azure before 31st.
okay, very good. And when is your training starting for VCP? Uh,
That is
have you
on January
13th,
13th.
Jan?
13.
13th.
Okay. And how many have received this email?
Me.
I
Sir,
have
last Friday I received email to pay within 3 business days, which I did. So I'm not sure about the rest of the folks. They got this email or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
I received
I
the
just
email from Jana today, and but I sent her a reminder that because they registered me, but the email was not sent to pay the money or to pay the fees. So I sent her an email. So she told me like this week or in the following week, they are going to send me the email to pay the funds, and
Okay.
then I will be confirmed in the registration on the 13th January.
Okay, very good.
Sir, I told you
sir,
that I was unable to register for 6.7. They told me that I can go for 7, so I registered for 7. So I'm just waiting for the email, sir.
Okay. Okay, that's
sir,
good.
I got confirmation. Uh, I paid today and I got the confirmation back.
For 13th Jan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 13th January. And Zishan, have you tried
Yes,
for
sir.
this?
Yes, sir. Also got the email. Only waiting for the payment email. So once I'll get it, I'll pay it. It could be, sir, 13th of Jan.
Okay, 13th of Jan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
So just a quick reminder that the email they sent us, it's just 3 days period. If you don't pay it, so they will cancel the registration. Just want to let everyone know. So if they got the email, they have to reply within 3 days.
Okay, so within 3 days, if it's not done in 3 days, then you'll have to request that again.
Yeah, maybe then it will be in February, March. I don't. Who knows?
Then what they do is they put you back to the waiting list. That's it.
Oh, okay, 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 that's good. So everyone,
That's
as
not good.
yes, go ahead.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good for sure. Okay, okay, very good. So
If
guys,
if
yes.
before taking the course from Stanley College, if someone gives the VCP paper, he's ineligible for the future to get the certificate from VMware.
Can you repeat your question? If somebody is
If
not registered.
someone gives the paper first before going for the training, so he.
No, you cannot,
Cannot.
because you won't have the exam voucher. You will only get the exam voucher once the training is finished and once their labs are finished too. So there are labs too that you need to finish. You need to take their video training plus the labs and everything. So it's a
Okay,
detailed training.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So guys, excellent. We are going through. It's really good to see that this sheet that we are basically on our. Uh, so it's a bit we I mean it's a bit slow that we reached MCSA now, but it's really good to see that most of you have completed the basic certification, which is MCSA, and it's very important for the cloud market. So in future, it's everything is cloud market. Overall, job market is a bit slow at the moment, but it will catch up. It will catch up right after, I think, in 4 or 5 months, it will be back, and there will be a lot of migrations going on from different places. I mean, migration in terms of complete organizations are moving into cloud. 50% of the private sector has already moved into cloud, moved into Azure, moved into AWS, and some other cloud providers. So now your next target is Azure and AWS and VCP. So VCP, we have already registered, but in the meantime, while you're waiting for 13th Jan, you can go for Azure exam. So Azure exam is, how many questions are there in Azure exam?
198.
190.
153.
Okay. Okay. So
153, I
So,
remember.
so around 200 or 150 questions. So, and all the questions are from here. And one of my students also told me today from the other group that he completed AWS, and so AWS certification is valid too. The same questions that are the same questions that are in the dumps. It's the same question in the exam. Okay. Um, Okay, so guys, let's start with so networking. We do understand networking basics in VCP. Today we are working on the storage, and I will be going through OpenFiler as well. In the last lecture, we just learned a little bit about OpenFiler. We haven't went into detail, so I'm going to go through that as well. But today we will start with a very basic exercise, a very basic exercise of adding a data store. So adding a data store in AWS. So what I want you to do is you need to, on your ESXi 2, on your ESXi 2, everyone make sure that you have two ESXi for today. And so on ESXi 2, I want you to add a disk to ESXi 2. And I want you to do it on your own, and I will just give you high level instructions. We did that in the beginning, and I think you should be able to do that. So what we need to do is on ESXi 2, add two disks. So disk number 1 and disk number 2. And one disk is 40 GB, the second disk is 60 GB. So start doing that now. And if you're stuck anywhere, just let me know.
So, sir, built-in is also 40. Should I change or just make it 40?
Okay, so built-in is 40. Yeah, let's just change it. Change it to, so one is 30 GB, the other one is 60 GB.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, can you repeat it for what we are going to do
Yes,
now?
so
Please,
here, I'm
sorry.
just making the architecture right here. I'm just looking for. So add two disks to ESXi2.
Okay, thanks.
Sir, yesterday I've added one disk, 100 GB, and split into two parts. So it's okay. I have two disks. One
No,
is 56 and
it's okay. So I just want you to add two more disks.
two more disks. Okay, sir.
So this is ESXi2. And what I want you to do is,
Assalamu alaikum, sir. How are you?
Walaikum salam, Wasim. Sorry,
Salim.
Salim. How are you?
Not too bad, sir. How are you? Good.
Very
Sorry,
good.
I was late.
No problem. No problem.
Thank
Salim,
you.
how many papers have you finished?
Like two. I have to
Two.
give 742. Yeah, third one.
Okay. So you just need to give 742. Okay.
Yeah,
Next week, or
742.
I mean, have you scheduled it
Uh,
already?
Not yet, sir. Maybe hopefully like within a couple of weeks.
In couple of weeks,
Inshallah.
next week, man.
Next week, inshallah, I will
Okay.
try.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you registered for a VCP?
Yeah, already. Yeah.
So
They
you
send
got,
me. I
so you
got the
got the
email.
date?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got the date for 13th January?
Not yet. I didn't check email. Honestly, like the last 3 4 days, I will check it. But when they send me email, I give them a response. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Salim,
Okay.
I think you did not. I think today is your last date, so you have to pay them. Otherwise, they will reschedule you.
Oh, okay. I will do it.
I think today is your last
Lucky
date.
bhai, you didn't just now you are telling me.
Okay. So you can do it maybe in the just after the
Yeah, after the class, I will pay them. No problem.
right. So guys, once your two disks are added and the server is restarted, just let me know and you're connected. Please update in the chat window. Everyone, quick. This needs to be done quickly. Okay, Zishan is saying he's done. So restart it and you can see the disks too. Yeah, keep on updating me in the chat window, everyone. So I'll be back in 1 minute, guys, just 1 minute. Okay, guys, I'm back. So what we need to do, we need to create two folders in each disk. So here, I'm just gonna add this. Can you put yourself on mute, everyone, so that
So these are two more disks.
these are folders. So two folders in 30 GB disk and two folder in 60 GB disk. I'm just giving you the name now. Folders. So you need to go into the disk. So first of all, you need to make disk data stores out of the disk, and then once they are made data store, then create folders inside.
So, sir, folder where we have to make it, like inside the VM?
So yes, so what happens is when you add a new disk, it's a raw disk, right? So you cannot do
Yeah.
anything on the disk.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is once you add a disk and you restart ESXi host, then you need to connect to the ESXi host and then make it a data store. Make it a data store. Once the data store is made, then you need to create folders inside this
Oh,
disk.
inside the VM. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So So the folder names are ISO, VM, data, and system.
I have added I have added
Okay.
two raw disk like 30 GB and 60 GB, but it's only showing me 30 GB, sir.
It's not showing you the other disk. Okay, Naveed is saying done and folders are created. Okay, good.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. And so folders are created. So I'm gonna do that quickly. And I'm just thinking to provide you with the screenshot. So the screenshot of this architecture is provided in the chat in WhatsApp. So in the meantime, I'm just going to create them. So what I need to do is I need to make sure that ESXi2 is ready. In the meantime, everyone who has, if you have completed the architecture, okay, that's good. I can see the screenshot Naveed has shared. So take a screenshot and share with me on the WhatsApp group. In the meantime, also connect to your vCenter. Everyone, after that, connect to your vCenter. So I am going to ESXi2 and ESXi1.
Namit, that was URL colon 548.
Yes, for the vCenter.
Yes.
So what is your question?
My question is, what are the numbers to open that code?
Okay, so if your vCenter is running, that you can just write the vCenter name, and you should be able to connect.
I think I did not understand your.
Okay. So here, if I go here, you can connect to vCenter like this. If you're looking at the screen,
Yeah.
5480.
Yes.
Okay.
5480. Got it.
You can connect either like this. So there are two ways to connect to vCenter: with the port number or without the port number. Okay. So with the port number, when we connect, we basically do basic configuration on vCenter when we connect to vCenter with the port number. When we connect to the vCenter without the port number, then we connect to the vCenter console. So let's say if you keep on looking at the screen, if I try to connect to vCenter without the port number, then it would let me. But before that, I need to make sure that my vCenter is running, because here, let me see. So my vCenter is not running. So always make sure that vCenter is running, because I shut down my ESXi host, so all the VMs shut down automatically. So now so here I can see that my vCenter is not running. So I need to just select this and power it on. So you need to make sure that as well.
Oh, okay.
So now I am doing the storage, quick storage lab. Okay, Human is done, Abdullah is done. Thank you guys. And so here I am going to see what is my vCenter. So what are we doing? We are trying to work with basic storage service. Basic storage services that on ESXi host, we keep on adding disk, and the request from the management is that we need to add two disks to two disks. So this is our architecture. This is what we, as being a VMware admin in the organization, you get a request like this: add two disks to ESXi host, and the folders should be these folders should be created. Sometimes you would get only a request saying that you just need to you just need to create folders on ESXi host, and you need to figure that out. Should you be creating the folders in the system drive, or you need to add more disks to that? So but the important thing here is that once you add the disk, the rest of the process is important. So for example, if the disk is added, you need to make sure the disk won't be usable, or the disk won't be you won't be able to work with the disk unless it is converted to a data store. So if I go to my storage here, all the raw disks will be present in the devices. So here I can see that in the devices, I have a 40 GB disk, 100 GB disk, and 140 GB disk. And if I go to my data store, which is this data store, here I can see all the three disks available. So there is this 32 GB, 99 GB, and 19 GB. And the name of the disks are these. So this was the goal of this exercise, that we do understand the difference between a raw disk and the data stores. So the next thing that we need to do in here is that once you are connected with the disk, then we need to know that how to browse the disk. So we can go inside the disk here and go. In order to browse the disk, you need to do data store browser. And within the data store browser, we can see all of our folders and all of our files. So for example, I have a ISO file in here. I can move this file into, I can right click on this, and I can move
If
this file into any
s-
folder.
so, if you
Yes.
don't mind, can you show me again how to convert from raw disk to a data store, sir?
Yes, it's right here. So once you are able to see the device here,
Yes,
all
sir.
you need to do, just say a new data store. So
Okay.
you just need to click new data store, and the new data store will be created. So here we learn 2 points here, that a raw disk is a raw disk. You cannot use a raw disk unless it is converted to a data store, or unless it is formatted. It's the same thing in Windows. When you add a new disk, the disk appears under disks under here. So since we are on the server here, once you add a new disk to a server, the disk goes into file and storage services and goes into the disks here. So these are, so if you're able to see any disk under disks here, this is a raw disk. And once you format this becomes a volume. So that becomes a volume in here. So if I go to my disk here, um, okay, so that becomes a volume. So same thing in ESXi host. When you add a new disk, it becomes a device. it becomes a simple device, and then you need to, in order to work with that disk, you need to make a data store. Okay, so this concept is known as local disks. This concept is known as local disks. So you can add as many local disks as possible. You can keep on adding more and more disks, and you can keep on adding data store. Now the next exercise is to how to move data from one data store to another. Faz, if you don't have a question, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. Okay, so guys, here now the second exercise. So we created this second exercise is that we need to move ISO and VM both folders to the second disk, which is 60 GB disk, and move data and system to 30 GB disk. So you need to move these two folders.
So I have a question because although the procedure is easy, sir, when we add a new data store, like this 30 GB drive, so first we have to make the name of this drive. Let's say we have make it ISO, right?
Right.
And the second is we have to make the name of data or system, sir. What?
Okay, just a second. So, okay, so the procedure is right here. So just a second. Let me just change the colors of these.
Adnan bhai,
Yes.
you cannot select multiple folders in one time, or you have to move them individually. Like I am on my data folder, I right click on it and I can see the option move, I can move that. But if I want data and the system folder to select in one time, like using the shift key or using the control button, I cannot do that actually.
Okay, just a second here. And yes, so it seems like it. Seems like it. You cannot. Actually, you cannot. Okay. Yeah, you cannot. So there is no, you have to do it one by one. Okay. So yes, it is done one by one. So I can see I have two disks here. One disk is VM disk and the second disk is ISO. So Naveed asked the question, I mean, how do you, so what is the right way of creating the disk? Where do you assign the name? So what I'm going to do is in order to show you that what is the right way. I mean, there is, you can do it in any way possible. So here, since I don't have anything in VM disk, I am going to delete the disk. So here I'm going to delete the disk. So confirm the disk is deleted. So now if the disk is deleted, it goes into devices. So devices means the disk is available here, but it's just not formatted. So in data store, if you don't see a disk, it means that the disk is not available, or maybe it's not connected to the server, or maybe the disk is just deleted, just like I deleted it. And in order to create a new data store, I would just go here, new data store, and here I have few options. So I'll go with the first option, which is VMFS, and VMFS stands for VMware File System. VMware File System, it is designed to store large file or manage large files. So here I'm gonna go to next, and here first of all I need to give it a name. So the name that I need to give is basically in the real environment, it will be provided by the department that needs the disk. So I will call this as, this is IT department disk 1, or let's say this is disk 2 because I have other disk. So this disk is for the IT department. And so next, so this is the name of the disk, and here we can partition our disk. I'm going to use the complete disk, so I'm not going to partition this disk. And next, and finish. So the disk is created. So now I know that this disk is created. Zishan, do you have any other question other than this on
No, sir.
this?
I just wanted to know because the infrastructure which you showed, there is a confusion. That's why I asked, because use two disk add and then first we have to make the name of the disk, right? So that's why I'm asking to you, sir,
Okay.
because there is ISO and VMs.
Okay.
So two names is there, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so these are the folders. This is not the disk name, right?
Okay. So what would be the name of the disk, sir?
So disk name, we can call them IT department disk 1 and disk 2. I
Right.
mean, if you have
Okay.
already created, it's fine. If you have
Yeah.
given any other names, that is fine too.
Sir, I give the name of ISO and VM.
I mean, so that is fine if you're able to understand, because that will
Yeah.
confuse you. Because so ISO and VMs is the folder names too. So this is why.
Or I can change the name, sir. Rename is there is option, so I'll
Yeah,
make it IT.
excellent, excellent. Just
I
change the name to this so that you're not confused between just
yes,
the
sir.
folder and the disk. So disk is IT department disk 1, and the folder name is ISO folder. So there are two folders, and in the next exercise, you need to move the folders
So
from
before you
two
move
disks.
further, sir,
Yes.
even if you have created a disk out of the raw disk, it doesn't go away from the devices, sir. It doesn't go away from. Sorry, let me check.
If you don't mind, can you show us again, like explain, like we know how to make a disk, but
So my question is like, even if you
Okay.
have created
Just
a
Salim, I'll show
disk,
you that. Faz, go ahead.
even if you created a data store out of the raw disk
Right.
by converting into VM, the way you showed to us, but it doesn't go away from the devices. Like,
Yes, yes, it won't. It won't. Why? Because the devices is showing how many physical disks are connected to this server. So it's fine if it is still there. If it is
so
there,
if we want to make another data store, so
yeah, if you want to create another data store, once you click on data store, it won't show you anything. Why? Because there is no free disk available.
okay, okay, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So data store, whenever you need to create a data store, there has to be one raw disk available. But if your all of the raw disks are data stores, then you won't be able to create any more. Okay. So Salim asked a question that if I can show it to you one more time. Salim, all we did was going into ESXi host, we added a disk. Once you add a disk from ESXi host, then you need to restart the ESXi host. After that, once you restart ESXi host, you will see the disk in devices. So this place is where
right.
you can see the raw devices. Okay.
Okay.
This much you do understand?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then once you see a disk right here, it means that it's a raw disk. And in order to make it usable, you need to create a data store. And once you create a data store, it will appear under data store right here. So if you
Okay.
are not able to see the new disk here, then you won't be able to see it.
Sometimes it doesn't show in like in this list.
Yes, if it doesn't show in this list, just click on new data store
New
and
data.
then click next. And then
Okay.
here just provide a name. Let's say here name, and I'm not able to see any devices because all of the disks are already formatted. But if you are
Yeah.
able to see a disk, it means that you can select one of them. Do you see anything in there?
Yeah, I see like two 40 GB, 40 GB.
Very good. So just select one of the 40 GB and
Yeah.
name the disk as this. So name
Okay.
this disk as IT department disk 1.
This one. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so how many of you have completed the move? So move data and system from disk 2 to disk 1 and ISO from VMs to disk 2.
Sir, after this, I need confusion. Sir, after making this drive disk like IT1 and 2, then how we can make this folder, sir? Because when I'm in the IT department 1 storage, so I cannot generate the folder here.
Right. So if you're here, if you're looking at the screen, you just need to click on the disk and then
Yeah.
go to data store browser.
Okay. Right.
Once you're here, then in here you can create a directory.
Okay. Data store browser. Yeah. Right, sir. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then later, once you need to move, I'm about to move this ISO right from here, or let's say this VM folder. I'll right click on this and move it to disk number 2. I'll just select disk 2 and move. So once it is moved in disk 2, I can see the folder.
Right, sir. Okay.
Okay, everyone, please type yes in the chat window if you're all present.
Sir, could you please repeat the last step again?
Yes. So the move step.
Before the move.
Okay, before the move, I just went
Yeah,
into the
basically it's the move. Yeah, that's it.
yes. So in the move step, all we did is go to the disk where you want to move. Just right click on this and move.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So move is there, and how many people are present? We have Salim, Homan, Ashish, and okay. Um,
So
okay.
I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes. Please go ahead.
My two disks are showing, but like folder is only just one.
Yes, because you might have created only one folder. So if you go back to the data store browser, and in
Okay.
here just create a new directory. So create a folder called ISO,
Okay.
and I will create the second folder called system.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, very good. So
Thank you.
guys, this is a simple, this was a very simple exercise in which we added a disk, and then we basically formatted the disk, made it a data store. And once the data store is made, you need to go into the folder, and you created two disks. And now we know that if you ever need to move folders between disk, all you need to do, you can move it, you can copy it as well. So for example, if I need to copy VM, I can copy, and it's asking me where do you want to copy, so I can copy it in the other disk. So it's copied now. So here you can copy, move, delete folders in this. And the important thing to understand is the data store browser will be your tool to manage all of your disks. So if you need to manage the disk, you need to create folders, you need to move folders from one place to another, data store browser will be there. So how many things have we learned in this? Number one, if you ever need to add a new disk, you can go into the settings of the ESXi host and add a new disk. Secondly, once the disk is added, you need to go into the storage. Since it is regarding storage, so all storage needs, you need to go into the storage, and within the storage you need to go to the data store browser. Within this, and within the data store browser, you can manage what is in the data store browser. Okay. So I think this exercise is simpler than the networking exercise. In networking, we have V switches, then we have ports available. So there are a few things, and you will learn with time. Yes, Naveed, you may ask a question.
Thank you, sir. Sir, suppose I created VMs and I saved all the VMs in one particular folder. Like when
Yes.
I created the disk, I create one folder by the name of virtual machine, and then I saved all my VMs in that folder. But later on, the management decided, let's change the folder and move the all the stuff to a different one. My concern is that if there are so many virtual machines there, and like each virtual machine have multiple files in that particular folder, but there is no way to move all the folders from one container to the another container, right? So, or like to move files from one folder to the another folder.
Right.
In this situation, what you will do?
Yes. So the question is about that. How do you move multiple folders in one shot, right? So, Naveed, what happens is normally we don't have any. I mean, you don't have to move folders automatically. These folders will be moved with high availability. Once we configure high availability, we can move them from one place to another. And this data store browser is a very basic tool. So this data store browser that we see right here, this is a very basic tool. There are some other third-party tools available that we can use and move multiple files from one place to another. But going back to your question, let's say if I go to if I go to my data store one here, and if I browse this data, I can see some VM sitting here. So I have VM web server 2, I have VM app server 1, and in the VM there are multiple files here. So So in this browser right here, we cannot select them. You need to move one by one, but what you can do is you can move folder one by one. So once you move this one folder, all of the files in the folders will move. So I think that's the maximum you can do in the data store browser, that you can move a folder and all the files in the folder will move with it, but you cannot move multiple files. But in order to move multiple files, there are third party tools that we can use to move everything from one place to another.
Okay, I got that. Thank you.
Okay. So I am trying to connect to, now ESXi host, which is, so I have two ESXi hosts. One ESXi host is 50, the other ESXi host is 80. So the other ESXi host is 80. So I am going to connect to my host that is, first of all, 50. So I'm going to connect to 50. So guys, connect to both of your ESXi hosts from Firefox or from whatever browser you're using. So as soon as you connect, you will get this screen if you're connecting for the first time. So on this server, I'm connecting to host 80 for the first time. So this is why you get this warning message. And so I'm connecting to ESXi host 1, logging in with root, and ESXi host 2.
Sir, I don't have enough memory, so I have given both the servers are 1414, and I'm using only one.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what you can do is, this is a very important question for everyone.
Yeah.
Uh, hold on. Salim,
So mine
yes.
is also same story.
Okay, Salim and Zishan both.
Yes.
What we need to understand is that 14 GB memory is only required for where the VCSA is. So where the
Okay.
vCenter appliance
Hmm.
is. You don't need
Yeah.
14 GB on the other ESXi host. So other ESXi hosts, you can keep it to 4 GB and start the VM. So
Okay. So only one, sir.
so wherever the VCSA is, so VCSA is on our first ESXi host. So on the second
Okay.
ESXi host, you can go with minimal memory.
I'll go with two because 14 is there. So I in a maximum I remaining is 2 GB. So it will work, sir. 2 GB memory.
2 GB. So your total memory is 16 GB, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
My total is
So we can try this. So on my ESXi host 1, I have this is my ESXi host 2, which is 80, and this is my ESXi host 1. I'm gonna go here, and you can have on your ESXi host. Okay, try with 2 GB. Try with 2 GB on
okay.
ESXi host. Assign
Right.
2 GB and see that if it starts.
Okay, sir. I'll
I
do.
think for installation of ESXi host, you must have 4 GB, but later on you can change it to 2 GB. Once you restart, and let me know if it is not starting, then what we can do, we can decrease the memory of VCSA, and then
Right.
start
Right.
VCSA and see that if it can work with a lower memory. Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
at the
Okay.
moment, guys, everyone, we are connected to server number 1, and server number 1 is ESXi host 1, guys. So I want you to connect to both of the ESXi hosts, because this is how you will see the environment. In the environment, you will have 10 ESXi host or maybe 15 ESXi host, and you might have to connect to each ESXi host separately. And you need to understand that practice, that connecting to one ESXi host is one browser, connecting to the second ESXi host is a second browser. And here in the host, we can see here that it will show us. So if I go to the host on the second ESXi host, it's showing me second host specifications, that this is a CPU. It has only one CPU, and memory is total 4 GB of memory, 4.6 GB of memory, and the storage is 99 GB. So if I go to the first ESXi host, you can select the host and see the specification right here. So how many of you are connected to both ESXi hosts? Please let me know in the chat window.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 GB option is there. So so I have to make it reduce up to 2 GB, right, sir?
Yes, reduce it to 2
And it
GB and start the ESXi host.
okay, sir.
Sir, what we
Yeah.
are exactly doing by restarting these two ESXi hosts? I
We are
need to
not,
know the subject line. Yeah.
okay. So your Wasim, your question is, can you repeat your
What are
question?
we going to do?
Okay,
What are
so
we going to do?
yes, so at the moment we are just browsing our infrastructure. So at the moment, I just want you to be comfortable in browsing this infrastructure, logging into both of the ESXi hosts. So you don't have to restart your ESXi host if it's fine. I only asked Zishan to restart the ESXi host because
Yeah.
he needs to change the memory. If you're
Okay.
connected to both ESXi hosts, that's fine. You don't have to restart them.
Okay.
Okay, Naveed, you may ask your question.
Sir, are we working on vCenter today?
Yes, we are. So the next
Okay.
step is that we need to log into the vCenter.
Yes, sir, that is my question actually. I have installed vCenter last night, but I don't have that VCSA machine here. If you can give me a little bit heads up so I
Okay,
can make this
okay.
machine
So
better.
you can share your, please share your screen. Let me see how's your environment.
Sure. Screen number 2, share.
Sir, now
Yes,
my
we
screen
can
is
see your
showing,
screen.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, go ahead.
pink color, and it is not moving, sir. The
Yes.
screen color is pink.
Okay, just a second. Yeah, leave the screen there. Just leave the screen there. And just a second.
Okay. So
Naveed,
this is
Naveed.
yes. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, show your screen.
Okay,
Can you
just
see
a
now?
second.
Yes, we can see your screen, Naveed.
Okay. So this is actually this is host 1 and this is host 2.
No,
Right?
no. We cannot see your VMware. We're just seeing your Windows machine, Windows screen.
Okay. Hold on.
Yes, now we can see it. So
Okay.
here you have,
Okay. So this is my host 1 and this is my host 2. Right?
right?
And if I go here, then this is yeah. So this is the VMware ESXi for the first machine, like for this one, and this is for this one, the second machine.
Right. Okay. So that's fine. Where is your VCSA?
Yeah, like I installed that, but I don't. I did not create that VCSA, or I haven't baked that machine here.
Okay, so go to your VMs, go to your virtual machines on this host. So here I can see the last one. Is the last one your VCSA?
Yeah. Oh, this is the one. Okay.
Yeah, so power it on. So once it powers on, then we'll connect to the VCSA. Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Got
Okay.
it.
So and so who? Yeah, Zishan, can you share your machine? Was it Zishan with pink screen?
Yes, sir. I'll
Okay.
show you.
Yes. So everyone, if you ever get this pink screen, so the pink screen is like pink screen meaning that that screen, that ESXi host is not working. So if you ever see this screen, this is called a pink screen of death for ESXi host, and sometimes we can see the screen on Windows Server as well. But in Windows Server, it's a blue screen. So Windows Server, when it shows a blue screen, and I'm sure that at one point or another you might have experienced a blue screen of death in on Windows Server. So this is a pink screen, meaning that there is some problem with this ESXi host. And here, right on the screen, you can see that the error is not enough main memory is available to continue, which means that with 2 GB it will not work. So obviously now you need more memory, which is at least 4 GB of memory for this ESXi host to start. So Zishan, can you show me your
Yeah.
other server? Can you show me your other
ESXi?
Yes, ESXi1. And ESXi1 has how much memory?
13.9, sir.
No, you don't have to start it. Please stop this.
Okay.
Yeah. Power this down. So now total memory we have in this machine is 16 GB. So 16 GB of memory, meaning that now we need to kind of play with the memory so that we can start the second ESXi host as well. So how much you have total memory of 16 GB. So
Yes, sir.
show me the memory of your Windows server. Yeah, right click. No, right click on the settings. Go to the settings on this.
Settings.
No, not here. The VM settings. When you click outside. Okay, just a second, just a second. So let me try to do it. If you can allow me the control. So
Sir, how,
Zishan,
sir?
yeah, you will get a message.
Okay.
You will get a message
Sir,
that
no, I didn't get. So this here is the setting.
no,
This one.
not here, not here, not here. Okay,
Yeah,
you
accept,
get
approve.
okay,
Yeah.
very good. So here on the Windows server. So right here, if I go to the Windows server, so total memory that we have in this machine is 16 GB. We need to divide that memory among these different hosts here. So which means that if I go to the settings, can you click on settings here, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here we have 2 GB and this is Windows Server. Can you reduce it to 1 GB, please? For that, you need to shut down probably
Yes, sir.
you need to shut down your machine.
Yeah.
So shut down this machine, power off the machine, and reduce this to 1 GB, and also reduce ESXi 1 to 12 GB.
Oh, sorry, sir.
So guys, this is another thing that this is beneficial for everyone in the real environment. Sometimes we do have to juggle with the resources on the server. So
So
sometimes
this
you'll
one
have
is
yes. So
1
on
GB.
this server, just click on. No, you don't have to start this. Shut down this
Okay.
machine. Yeah, power
Yeah.
off the machine. Okay, so you have already changed this to 1 GB. Yes, you can start the machine now. And now on ESXi1, go to the settings and change this to 12 GB. So I mean, 12
I
GB
need.
is, yeah, edit settings and change this to 12 GB. Yes, so that's fine. So this will be 12 GB. And now you can, so start this machine and now you can go to ESXi2, power this off and change this to 4 GB. And let's see that if it can start. And this is so Zishan, do you know this is the maximum you can get in this in your laptop, 16 GB, or it can be upgraded to 32?
Sir, might be. I don't know.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So
But it's already, sir, upgraded. My like built-in memory is 8,
okay, so
and
it's
I've
already upgraded.
upgraded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. 16 is fine as well for most of the labs. So now this server is starting. What about the ESXi one? ESXi1 is starting, and so all your 3 servers will be starting now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Now you
Sir.
need to connect to ESXi1 and you need to start VCSA. Now the real test will be with VCSA if VCSA will be able to start. Because we reduce the
Okay.
memory to 12 GB, there will be some memory that will be used by ESXi host, but VCSA requires 12 GB to start. So let's say if so now go to the Windows server. Once these servers are started, you can connect to ESXi1, log in here, connect to ESXi1 and start VCSA. Alamgir, you had a question?
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
First question, like when we create any EXI host, like third, fourth one, fifth one, do he need to create a record? One question. And second, sir, like I cannot start my VCSA, and also I cannot start my open fire filer. I did it. I did install, and machines are pinging right, pinging fine. but I cannot.
Okay, so how many questions you had? 3 questions or 2?
Uh, Two just related to my like OpenFiler and VCSA. I can't open it. And second
Okay.
one, like, do we need to create any record for the
Okay.
hosts?
Okay, so first of all, first question with the whenever we have ESXi host, we always need to create a host record. So if I have ESXi1, then always you will need to go to Active Directory, create a host record in that. When you have ESXi2, so if we have 40 ESXi hosts, we need to create a host record in DNS. So that's
Yeah,
that.
right.
So that is first question. And second question about VCSA, you're not able to start VCSA. Can you share your screen quickly and show me what's the error message? Everyone, please make sure that you're connected to a VCSA. If you're not able to connect, just let me know
Sir,
what's the error message.
after this, can I share my machine with you, sir?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Like these all hosts are pinging fine. Let's check them. So my second EXI machine, like it's working fine, but my VSA it's not loading. And also like
Okay, just one step at a time. So one question. So let's go with your VCSA. So first of all, show me your ESXi1. So this is your ESXi1. We can see that it is started, and here and now connect to go back to Windows Server and show me, please, VCSA. I mean logged into ESXi1.
नवीद आने कह रहा था उसकी बेगम ने बताया कुछ
Dishan, your mic is on. So,
sorry sir, sorry.
No problem. So you're connected to your you're connecting to where? To your ESXi one?
EXI, yes sir, like EXSI one is the my VCA, right?
No. Yes, it is where, but what is your ESXi one IP address? It's 11. Okay, that's fine. 111. And here it's saying cannot complete login due to incorrect username and password. So it's clearly saying the username and password is not correct.
Yes sir, but I know like password is right. I created I logged in with this password.
Okay, try logging in again, please.
Sir, I have a question. Sir, what is the problem to install VCSA player? Sir, it is always creating problem. Is it problem with the RAM? Is it required more memory?
Yes, sir.
No, sir, I've tried 2 times.
Okay. Okay, so Zishan, I'll come back to your question. Just a second here.
Okay.
And I'll explain that. But Alamgir, there is definitely something wrong with the password. Try logging into ESXi 2 and 3.
I have the same passwords for them, but I can log in with that. I can log in those, you know.
Okay, you're already logged into ESXi 2.
Yeah. Got same password for everyone, everything.
So your real question is that you're getting error message on logging into ESXi1.
Yes, sir.
Can you type your password in the username? Can you type your password? Let's see that if you're typing it right. Because here you cannot see the password, but if you type it in the root.
Okay.
So type the password in here. Let's see if the password is right.
Oh, I see.
right? So you can see, and this happens sometimes that we are thinking that the capital is on or off. Here you cannot see it. So for that reason, sometimes you do need to type the password in the username so that you can see that if it is typing it right or not. But hold on, your username is incorrect.
Give me one second.
Okay, again, type the complete password in the username. Okay, that's good. And so can you copy that? Can you paste that? Let's see if you can copy and paste.
Sir, it's a good technique to verify whether if it is case sensitive or not.
Oh, sir,
Very
I
good.
think there is something wrong. Same with
Okay, Alamgir, first of all, don't panic because you're panicking, and in
no, no,
panicking,
I'm not.
you are panicking. I mean, if it is the right username and password, just relax and go through that. So type the password again one more time. That's fine. That's fine. And so now the second way of finding that, you can log into the your ESXi2. You can log into ESXi2 directly in DCUI. In DCUI, it will, I mean, there you can verify if it has the right username and password.
Okay.
Okay, now try to log into ESXi1. And if you have lost your username and password, then there is no other way. You need to recreate the ESXi host.
Okay, I think, go from here to.
You
Sir,
can re
I have a little bit difficulty to log in. Last night I was logging a VCSA,
Mm-hmm.
but right now is not going through. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Can you
So
see my
VCSA
machine,
we will
sir?
discuss in a moment. Let's see that, yes, username and password, it seems okay in
Yes,
here.
sir. It is okay. Yeah.
In here it's fine. So the username and password is correct. So probably there might be some problem with the Windows server. Just restart Windows server and recreate and reconnect. So maybe your keyboard is sometime it's just the Windows server.
So, sir, like same problem is with my like open filer. I don't know. Uh, it happened like 2-3 times. I created me and Wasim. We did lots of work yesterday, but
Right.
no, it's not opening.
Okay, so the idea behind this, Alamgir, is, and for everyone as well, if so, first of all, we need to make sure that username and password is correct. Okay, so we
Yeah.
made sure username and password is correct. Secondly, now we need to focus on that why is it not connecting? So sometime it doesn't connect because of maybe some Windows problem, maybe some because of some networking issue. So for that, we are restarting the Windows server. But normally most of the time, I mean, I don't have this problem in my machine, and most of the time you will not have this problem. But sometimes if there is some problem with the memory, then you will get it for everything. You will get it for ESXi host, you will get it for open filer, you will get it for everything if there is a problem. Okay, so your Windows is starting up and log in.
So I have same password for everything.
Right. Okay, that's good. So you have Windows is logging in, and you're using Firefox or Chrome.
Uh, Google Chrome.
Okay, that's fine. Google Chrome is fine too.
And even though I just checked it, they are pinging fine. Like everything is pinging. So if there is problem, definitely they want ping, right?
No, if there is a problem with pinging, then it would give a different error message. It won't give you username and password error message.
Yeah.
So yes, try logging in with ESXi host.
No, I gonna type here and then copy it.
Yeah, yeah, you can make sure that if caps log is.
Sir, I have quick question.
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
How can I make sure like what's my like VCSA like IP address? Like I forgot maybe 50 or 60. So
Yes, so you can go to your ESXi host where VCSA is, and then from that ESXi, just click the VM, and you will see that in the black screen. So there is a small screen that comes when you select VCSA. So go to your VMs, virtual machines, and click
okay.
on VCSA.
No, sir.
Okay, hold on. So it's saying cannot complete login due to incorrect username and password. So here, okay, login with Internet Explorer. Go to Internet Explorer, open Internet Explorer and use this link. And just type HTTP and your IP address. Yes, colon 2 front slash. You need 2 front slashes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is a domain controller too. Try check your firewalls if the firewalls are on.
Firewall or off, sir.
So just double check, please. And yes, so this is the problem that I see with the domain controller. So that's why I have a normal server now. So a normal member server. So yes, firewalls are off. Even I made sure firewalls are off. Yes, this is a problem. This could be a problem with the domain controller. It's not letting the traffic go outside of your machine. So just try logging in. Otherwise, I think instead of changing a lot of things, just install a new server, a normal server. Because domain controller basically has a lot of extra security. So because of
So,
some extra security, you might not be able to log in. Yes, I do understand you're telling me that I was able to log in, it was working fine, but sometimes a domain controller can have more security than normal.
so that means I need to recreate vCenter and
No, 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 nothing, nothing. You just need to have a new Windows server that is not a domain controller. And from that domain controller, just connect to these OpenFiler, VCSA, everything is there. It's just that you're not able to connect to them. So you don't have to recreate everything, just you need a new window. Even if you have a Windows server from the other lab, you can start that Windows server, change the IP addresses, and then connect to these ESXi.
but I think those one has also like domain controllers.
Okay, okay. I'm pretty sure this is domain controller related issue. There is no problem with your username and password. Your ESXi is fine. Your open filer is fine. It might be just a domain controller. Okay, try
Oh,
this. Try this. Just create a new Windows server and try connecting to this. Okay.
just delete this one, right, sir?
No, no, don't. You don't have to delete this because you do need this for VCSA. We do need a domain controller for VCSA. Okay.
But if
So
I
Sir,
cannot, if I cannot log in, then how can I? How I will be able to log in on this one, sir?
can you repeat your question? I can
If
hear a
it's not
background. Okay.
uh,
Yes, go ahead.
not letting me log in, right, sir? So how can this server be in use then? If it's not letting me use now, how I can use it after?
Yes. So that's a question that you're saying. So Uh, Yes. So you're saying that if it is not letting you connect now, how it can let you connect later on with
Yeah.
VCSA?
Yes.
With VCSA, it will connect. With VCSA, it will connect. It's just not letting you log into the ESXi host. Okay. So one thing that we also need to learn, Alamgir and everyone, sometimes we need to have so we need to break down the problem into into smaller problems. So the first problem is that we are not able to log into ESXi host and OpenFiler and VCSA. So in order to solve that problem, and I'm not sure that if it will be solved even after creating another server, but it solved my problem. So when I was installing VCSA, you all were able to install VCSA from a domain controller, but I was not able to install VCSA from a domain controller. And I tried at least 5 or 6 times. Every time it was not able to connect. But once I've created a new server, I was able to install VCSA, and my VCSA is also connected back to Active Directory. So it was just not letting that maybe authentication traffic through. Otherwise, now it is connected to VCSA. So going to back to your question, Alamgir, let's fix the first problem and then we'll see if that problem exists. Then we'll try to
Oh,
find a
I think,
solution
sir,
for
I
that.
think, yeah, I think this one is deleted. I am just checking it. Okay.
What is deleted?
Looks like record is gone, sir. I don't know.
No,
It's
it's fine. Even if the record is gone, you're directly connecting through the IP address. So this record doesn't mean anything because the record is only required when you're trying to connect through name, but you're not connecting through name. You're connecting through IP address.
okay.
I mean,
Sir,
you
one
can.
of the IP here, sorry, sir,
Yes,
one of the
yes, yes.
IP here, the second last one, 192.168.7.87. Is that the correct one?
This doesn't seem a correct one.
Yeah, I don't know, sir. These are changing automatically.
Okay, so this change automatically because maybe at some point you might have the server. You can delete the second last. You can just clean that up. Just delete the second last.
And
And rest is fine. You can create just one more record for 11.
there
And
are two tens, sir. One I can delete, right?
there are two what?
There are two 10, right?
No. You
Oh,
cannot
that
delete
one
the
is not
first
different.
one. Yes. So
Okay,
there
okay.
is system made record.
Sir, sometimes DNS also change automatically.
Yes, DNS. So always remember, guys, DNS is a dynamic service, which means that whenever you create a new server, Alamgir, don't put spaces in the name, please. Whenever you create a new server, it will be automatically registered. So this is why sometimes in DNS you will see a wrong IP address that is assigned automatically to your machine.
And so that create problem to install VCS player as well. Because sometimes our DNS is changed, so it is also showing problem.
Yes, sometimes. So we need to clean that up. You don't need spaces in the name. In the name, yes. So remove the space. Yes. Okay.
Okay, let me try maybe.
Sir, after Bhatti Bhai, I want to show you my
Yes,
screen.
please. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't copy it. Just type it. No, don't copy it. Just type it. So now you know that password is you're right. You're typing the correct password. Uh, yeah. Sometimes copy won't work in this.
No.
Okay, just hold on. Do this. So we tried with IE, we tried with Chrome. It's not logging in. So there is something with this server. Just take like 10, 15 minutes and create a new Windows 7 and connect from there. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. And then we'll see that if it is able to connect to VCSA later on. Zishan, you can share your screen, please.
Sir, I don't want to show. I think Salim wants to show, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. Salim, you can
Yeah,
share your
yeah,
screen.
sir.
So, sir, can I give you my ID, team viewer?
Okay, team
Because
viewer.
I'm using other
Okay,
device.
okay, just a second. Yeah, what's your ID?
397 466 760.
Okay, just a second. In the meantime, Ashish and Naveed and Wasim, are you everyone able to connect to VCSA and Homan and Faz? Just let me know
So
in the chat window.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
so
I'm
I
connected
wanted
with
to ask you
VCS.
something, sir.
Okay, just a second. Let me, if I mean, just saying that while we are fixing this issue, I want you to connect to your vCenters. So, what's your ID, Salim?
Yeah, P for Pakistan, 717,
No, the ID. First, the ID.
oh, 397.
397466760.
Yeah,
Okay. And password?
P for Pakistan, 7, I for India, 1, N for Nancy, 9.
So P for starting with P.
Yeah, P7, I, 1,
Okay.
9, 9. 9 for N for Nancy, 9.
So P7I1 and
N for Nancy, 9.
okay. So okay, password is not correct. It's P is capital, all
Yeah.
capital.
No, small.
Okay, small is P9. I
P7, I for India, number 1, N for November, number 9.
okay, got it.
I've got
Okay, so I'm connected now. Abdullah is asking a question. Is there any limit in typing? Need to wait for some time. Typing in where? In the password? I don't think so. There is no limit to this. I mean, we can type any password. So whatever is the password. Okay, so Salim, what's your question here?
Yeah, my question, I tried to log in like VCSA
Okay,
and
VCSA. So if I go
yeah,
to your VMs here first, so we are going to
yeah,
the VMs
okay,
and we can see this is your VCSA, the first one. So so first of all,
okay,
it's not running. Okay, first of all, it's not
yeah,
running.
yeah,
It's just stopped. So we need to power that on first. And here it's saying
okay.
it's power on virtual machine module. This is failed. Click on details and probably because of the memory that we
Last night was working.
yes, last night it was working, but probably now because we don't have enough memory. It's saying fail to extend the swap
Oh,
file
yeah.
to this 0 KB and to this to space left. Okay. Yes, so it's the same thing what we did to start the second
Yeah,
ESXi host. Okay, so what we can
okay,
do, we need to go back to these ESXi hosts. So I'm going to go back here, which means that we do need more than 12 GB of memory on this. Okay, so
oh, okay,
let's quickly do that. So for a time being, you can work with only one ESXi host, but we do need a
okay,
second ESXi host. We need to figure that out how we can. Okay, hold on, we can try something else. So in here in here, since we have 12 GB
Yeah.
of memory and VCSA is working. So everyone, this is a
Okay.
this is an interesting issue that we all need to learn. And in virtualization and cloud, it is very important to manage to know how to manage resources in this environment. And this is one of the situation that you might feel that you might see in the real environment. Now, what's happening is that we have two ESXi hosts, and since the total memory of this machine was 16 GB, in this we have assigned 12 GB. So 1 GB to Windows Server. Windows Server is fine. Windows Server can even work with 400 MB. So,
I
1
see.
GB is more than 400. So if we need more memory, we can get it from Windows Server, because Windows Server is not doing much. We are just connecting from the client to ESXi host. Now uh, on ESXi host 2, we have provided, this is ESXi host 2. Why is it showing just 1 GB? Just showing 1 GB? No, 4 GB. So it's showing 4 GB,
4G.
which is fine. Whereas this second one is where the VCSA is. Here we have total 12.2 GB.
12.2. Yeah.
12.2 GB, which means that this VCSA requires more memory. So now what's happening, everyone, is that since this is asking for 12 GB and the total memory in this ESXi host is 12 GB, so we need to either increase this memory to 13 GB, then it will work, or what I'm trying to do is I will try to reduce this memory of VCSA and see that if that can help, because this VCSA, we are not using this VCSA to its full potential, which means that all 12 GB shouldn't be used, because this is a test environment. In real environment, you might have maybe 1,000 ESXi hosts that will require this memory. So what I will try to do, I will try to reduce this memory. And the error that is coming, the error is because VCSA is trying to start and it's looking for 12 GB, and this ESXi host doesn't have 12 GB because some of the memory is already in use by the system resources. So what I'll try to do is I will try to reduce this to 8 GB. So I will try to reduce this to 8 GB and see that if VCSA can start with 8 GB. But one thing that we do know, that install VCSA, we need at least 12 GB. So here, let's say, because VCSA is already installed and I can try that. So I reduce the memory to 8 GB, and now I will try to start this. Let's see if it can start. Oh, it failed. It failed immediately with the same error message. And the error message on this one. And guys, you might have to, I mean, this is how we troubleshoot that in the real environment as well. Just keep on looking at the error message. So I'm just going back to the error message in here. And this is the current error message. The latest one is 1823. So this is error message. Which one is the latest one? So latest one is this one. So in here, if I go into this, here it's telling me it's when we are powering on, we are getting this error message, and the error message is saying that to extend the swap file, which is this one, no space left on the device. No space left on the device for this. So it was trying to change this memory, 12 GB memory, which is the original memory, to 8 GB, and no space left on the device. So it's saying there is no space left on the device. Guys, this tells me that it might be an issue with the disk. So it's saying that there is no space on the device. So what I will do, I will try to go into the storage. First of all, I need to see where is the VM. Where is the VM? So I will go into the VM, and within VM here, I will just go into the settings. I need to see that on which disk this VM is sitting. So I will go into the disk here. And so this is sitting, so it has 4 disks. Yes, so it has 4 disks here. So this is fine. What I need to do, I need to go into the storage, and within storage, I'll go into data store 1, and data store 1, go into data store browser. Here, this VM is not sitting. So probably this VM is sitting in Salim storage. So
Yeah.
here, this VM is sitting right here. Now, probably might be the disk issue. So if I go into this, here I can see there are a lot of files created for this. Okay, so we shouldn't change this, but what I need to see is the storage. The storage is 99 GB provision and only 5 GB free. Yes, so this is a problem. The problem is that on this disk, there is not enough storage available, only 5 GB available, which means that the VCSA is trying to start, but there is no storage on the disk. So guys, I mean, one of the issues that we need to see that there are two types of memories. We are trying to fix the memory of the ESXi host, but the problem is with the disk. So we have worked with the memory, but since the error was saying that something wrong with the device, this is why I came to the device and I see that there is not enough this. Now, before I can change anything, I want to show you the error message one more time. So I'm going back to the error message, and within error message, if I can show you here, is it is talking about something about a swap file. Now this swap file is sitting in this in the disk. So how much memory it needs. So if I look in the to the other error message, which is this one, latest one, when we changed it to 8 GB. So here I can see that it is trying to change. So there is no, it needs at least 12 GB or 8 GB. I mean, it's not showing us the other error message. I'll change it to this one. So here it needs at least 8 GB for this VCSA to start. And how much memory do we have left on the storage? 5 GB. So now
5 GB.
that makes sense that it doesn't have 8 GB. This is why it's giving us that error message. So what we will do is we will try to free up some space. So how do we free up some space on this? Either we can move some of the folders to this other VM. Here we can see that on the other disk, there is 31 GB available. So what I can
Or we
do,
can add.
or we can extend. Yes, you're right. We can extend the disk as well. But for extending the disk, we'll have to restart the CSXI host. Or we can move some of the folders from here to the other device. So let's say if I can move, and I think these are not taking much space, but let's say if I can move one of the, or since these servers are dummy servers, right? We can just delete them.
Okay.
Actually, I shouldn't delete the folder. I should delete the VM so that it can delete everything. So let's say if I can delete these, we can recreate them later on. So let's see if this can free up some space. So here, okay, so you have this other server as well. What is this server, Salim? This is taking 20 GB of space. Have you installed anything on this? No.
No.
Okay, that's fine. What we can do, we can delete this VM as well. So now if we go to the storage, in the storage, I can see there is now 78 available. So this should help us.
Yeah.
Now I'm going back to the VM and I'll start this VM now. So now it is starting up. So which means that VCSA, once it is installed, it can work with 8 GB as well. So to start with, you need to provide 12 GB, but that later on it is starting up now, but later on we also need to see that if we are able to log into VCSA, and you can just look at the progress right here on vCenter, and it is starting up. So once VCSA starts up, the real test will be that if we are able to log into VCSA. So how many things have we learned with this troubleshooting, guys? With this troubleshooting, we saw that this recent task is a very, very important. So for now, I'll just let VCSA to start properly. This recent task is a very, very important place. In recent task, you will see all of the errors and all of the warnings here. So whenever something doesn't work, guys. Whenever something doesn't work, please do not panic. Just look at the logs, why the error is there. So now we have seen, in this case, VCSA was not starting because we need to play with the memory because we need a second ESXi host for our vCenter. In vCenter, we need to have at least 2 or 3 ESXi hosts in order to configure high availability. So for that reason, now let's look at our resources in this machine. Now, if you have 32 GB of memory, you won't feel any issue in your environment. So I think Naveed has 32 GB of memory, and if all of you have a lot of memory available, but if you have 16 GB of memory, then you will face this issue. And in order to fix that issue, when you're installing VCSA, you must provide 12 GB of memory. Once it is installed, you can reduce VCSA memory so that you can work with VCSA. So in here, if I now try to log into VCSA, just to see if we are able to log into VCSA, I've just clicked on this and I will press F2, and the password is the same password. Can you
Yeah,
type
same
your password?
password. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So now, which means that VCSA is running and you are able to start VCSA. Now the second test will be that if we are able to connect to VCSA. So now the password, now the IP address for this, so we'll cancel this. So I just pressed escape on the screen so that it can, now the password for VCSA is 192.168.10.50. And what is the sorry, the IP address? So what is the IP address of your ESXi host? ESXi host is 20. Your second
20,
ESXi host is 30, and your
50.
VCSA is 50. Okay, so let's try to connect to 50 by typing this complete URL. So this is HTTP S and colon and everything. So here, so let's click on this. Okay, so we need to go into Chrome. Chrome is better. So in Chrome, we can go to 50. And here, so Salim, you get this error message because we are not using colon here. Colon is required. Always keep an close eye on what we are typing. So sometimes it's just that very small thing. So here we need to do this. And first of all, we need to connect to VCSA by the port number. So this is the correct URL that where we need to connect. But here, even here, we need to have colons. So guys, since this is new to everyone, so everyone is here new, working with VCSA. So when we connect to VCSA, we need to connect through using this URL. So 192.168.10.50, and then colon sign 5480. 5480 is the port number where we are connecting to vCenter. So I'm going to click enter. And in here, it's just saying that you need to click on advanced and then go down and connect to this screen. So if VCSA is working fine, then this would let us connect to VCSA. So let's say, so it is taking us to this screen. Okay, so which means that, so when you installed Salim, your stage 1 was completed and stage 2 was still need to be completed.
No, last night, sir,
The whole process went fine.
yeah,
Okay, okay, that's fine. What is your password?
yeah, one second, same password.
What is it? P capital
Uh,
password?
yeah, I already entered.
Okay. Okay, so here let's complete it one more time. I mean, the good thing is that it's not asking you to go back to stage 1. It is recognizing most of the time, if you have completed it once and it comes back to this screen, then you'll have to restart with stage 1. So here we can see this is vCenter installation here. So everything is fine. System name, type here the server name, the one that you used for
Oh, I can put IP address. I can enter IP address.
No, IP address is right here. So here you need to type the name.
360.
Yeah, this is 360 Cloud VCSA 01, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Enter a valid FQDN. Okay, hold on. This is not the name. Let's look at the name first. So we need to have a look at the name, going back to server manager, and within the server manager, going back to DNS and making sure. So in here, we need to go here, and this is the name that we are looking for. So I'm just going to copy this name. Actually, this is the full FQDN. This is known as FQDN, fully qualified domain name. So I'm just going to
Okay.
copy this from here so that there is no typo errors here. So instead of typing, we can just paste it here. Okay. And the
Okay.
IP address is fine. Your IP is fine. In the DNS, we just need to type the IP address of DNS. So this is DNS and everything else is fine. Next. Okay, so now that, so can you type your password?
Yes.
Okay, so here, so you can complete the setup, Salim, and let me know once it is
Okay.
completed, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So who wants to share the screen? Faz, you wanted to share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please share your screen.
So that means, sir,
So this
even
is
in the real environment, like VMware has lots of troubleshooting, right?
Yes, there is. This is why they hire VMware admin. So, I mean, when you do a lot of troubleshooting, then basically you become expert. So yes, there is troubleshooting. So this is why it is paid well as well in the real environment. So it's not simple, but it's not difficult. I mean, if you just look closely, everything is logical. You just try different things, and then you will be able to fix that. Salim, can you unshare your screen so that
Yes.
yeah, Faz can share. Naveed, you can, since we are, I'm trying to fix the environment for everyone and we need to do a very important lab after this. You can take a 10 minutes break. So if whoever wants to take a break, just freshen up yourself. But make sure your VCSA is connected and your VCSA is working fine.
Sir, can you see my screen, sir?
No, I cannot. We can, okay, hold on. It's my, I have to unshare it. So Salim, you're fine. We are connected to your team viewer. So
Okay.
now we can share. Now we can see your screen.
So this is my. Can you see the cursor, sir?
Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Okay, this is my VCSA, and this is the screen. But how do I get into this machine, sir?
Yes. So here you can see that on this screen. First of all, your VCSA is working fine. In order to log into VCSA, open another browser. So go at the top, open another tab in Firefox. Just
I've opened it,
okay.
sir.
So you're already connected. You're already
Yes, sir.
connected to that machine. So now this is after the break. Some people are on break at the moment. After the break, I need to show you the difference between this browser and another browser.
But sir, sir, one question, sir. So
Yes.
how do I get inside this thing?
So just click
By
on this. Just click on this,
okay,
and
and
then
that's
click.
all.
Then one more time, click
Okay, sir.
inside. So once you click inside and press F2,
Everything is gone.
it's fine. It's fine. Sometimes everything is gone. Then it comes back
Okay,
again.
okay.
So
Sir,
click inside and press F2.
okay.
Sir, what was the port number for VCSA?
It
5480?
is yes, 5480.
Sir, I want to show my screen now. If
Yes.
you ask
So
me,
right
yeah.
after this, we'll see your screen as well.
Yeah.
So
But
this
my
is
question is,
yes.
do we work inside this
No, we don't.
console or?
Yes. So everyone, the question is, what do we need to do with this console, or what do we? So most of the time, we don't have to do anything here other than, I mean, we don't even have to set up the IP address in here. So just close this. So
Close
all
this.
our configuration will be done from the browser. So go to your other tab. So all
This
the
one
configuration will be done from here.
over here, from
Okay.
here.
Open another tab. Open another tab, please,
Okay.
and type here https and colon double front slash double front slash and 192.168.40, the IP address of the VCSA. Is it 40?
What?
Okay, without
Sir,
the port number, without port number. Now
sir,
delete this. Yes, delete this. And now enter. Okay, so stop here. So right
Okay.
after the break, I will show you the difference between the two, one with the port number and one without the port number. Okay.
Thank
sir,
you.
sir, can I quickly share with you, if you don't mind?
I think before you, Zishan asked to do it. So
Yeah,
let
no,
me,
no. Okay,
yeah.
no problem. I can do. But my like now question is, no, I try to log in. I'm able to log in the same machine.
Okay,
Sir, can you see
that's
my
fine.
screen?
Yes, Zishan. Yes, I'll look at your screen just a second, and let
Yeah.
me reply
No
back
problem.
to Alamgir. Alamgir, now you're able to log in, right?
Yes, sir. Like I
So
like did it 10 times, 15 times, but right now I just tried it. I'm able to log in.
so Alamgir, I mean, do
No,
you really want to know? Do you really want to know what is the issue with that?
I don't know, sir.
So
I already
yes,
created the other server too.
yes. So let me tell you that. So let me tell you that you can. I mean, this I tell. I mean, I normally in all my trainings as being an IT professional, this is part of the IT. 20% of IT, 20% of IT, nobody knows what's happening. 20%, 80%, you will know. So now that means that if that many things will happen, will be configured exactly in the same way in 10 different places. So for 10 different students, everything is configured exactly in the same manner, but sometimes some options doesn't work. It might require a restart. It might require maybe a restart of your laptop. It might require, and even in the real environment, it's not only in the training environment. So what I say, once something starts working during a workaround. So our workaround in your case was to create another server and try to connect to that. But while doing that, your first server started working. Okay. So I don't have answer for that. And what I want you to, if you can do, just forget about the issue and just move on with that. So in other words, don't. It will be a waste of time in going back in there because we have already tried troubleshooting it. So we checked the firewall. You pinged it, and you also connected from IE. You also connected from Chrome. Nothing was working, but now it started working. I would say just move on and just if there is no if there is no solid ground for an error message, then just move on.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Uh, and if you find an error message anywhere, just let us know. This will be a good experience for us too. I would just move on, and because there are more other things, there are more important things to do. Okay. Okay, so Zishan, I'm looking at your screen, and your screen is
Yes, sir.
saying, okay, your screen is saying that stage one, deploy vCenter, the installer is unable to connect to the vCenter management interface, and whereas you have successfully deployed vCenter on stage two. So that's fine. It means that
Okay.
at least, I mean, here we are getting two messages, two,
Mm-hmm.
contradicting messages that the installer is unable to connect, but it was successfully installed. So the good thing is that we can try to connect to VCSA with this URL. You can see that on the fourth line, in the fourth line, it is giving you that
Yeah.
URL on the fourth line. Just click on that. Just click on that
This one, sir.
URL. No. As third line. Sorry, third line. If you
This
consider
one?
that as a yes, just click. Okay, just copy
Copy
that. Yeah, not the
from
complete
HTT.
line. Yes,
Oh,
exactly. Just the HTTP.
okay, close, sir.
Yes.
Should I close, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
And now open Chrome.
Right, sir?
Yes. So enter. Okay, so that means so this means that this URL is unable to connect to your server. Now connect to your ESXi host. So click on this, click on the plus sign and connect to, leave this as is, and no, go back to server one.
Okay.
Just like normal when you connect to ESXi host. How do you connect to ESXi host?
This one, sir?
Leave this as is, leave this as is. Just click on
Okay.
the plus sign up there. Click on, okay, open Firefox again. Click on the Firefox. Yes.
Okay, sir. Plus sign. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And here type the IP address of ESXi host.
So IP address is 50, I believe. Oh, just
Yes,
no,
50.
no.
The first link, the first link, the first link.
No, this is my host ID, sir.
Okay.
I have to check, sir.
Okay, click on ESXi one. And so here it is 50. So we need to connect
Yeah.
to 50, right? So now go to server one and just click the first link. This is your ESXi host.
No, I thought so. VCSA. Okay. All right. No, this one is okay.
Yeah, this one is okay.
Yeah.
Why we are going there? We are going there because we are unable to connect to VCSA. Okay. So
Okay.
we need to see that if VCSA is running. So here,
Here.
the VCSA is running. Click on this, click on VCSA and click on the link below. So here it's saying the guest is configured with, yeah, click on this link. Sorry, not the link,
This.
the black screen,
Okay.
click on the black screen. And in here it's saying the, here it's saying the name of the server is this and the IP address is 10.65. So now so go back to the other Firefox tab.
Okay. All right.
So when I say Firefox tab, you know the first link. So up there. So yeah, just beside this, the other tab. Yes, this one. So this is a second tab. So here it is trying to connect to with name.
Right.
So you need to, so remove the name and try to connect with IP address.
Which, sir? Which was 65?
Yeah,
192
65,
dot
65.
68
Yes,
dot
65.
10 dot 65
65 colon
colon 6
5480. 5480.
54.
Yeah, try connecting this. Okay, go to advanced, click on advanced and go down and connect to accept and accept the risk.
Yes, sir.
So now you are connecting to your your VCSA.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Now
So
I have to.
okay, so which means that VCSA is not installed properly.
Sir, I have tried 3-4 times, sir.
Okay. So click on the setup. Let's continue with this. So click on the setup. Let's quickly select these.
Sorry, Adnan, could you please share the 192.168 IP address on the chat?
The IP address?
Yeah, for the vCenter.
Oh, okay. For the vCenter, it is, I mean, it's 40.192.168.10.40. It's 10.40. I'll write that in the chat as well.
And do we have the 54802? Colon S5, sorry.
So if you're
Colon
trying to
5.
connect, so no,
Yeah.
first of all, you need to see what is your IP address. Have you already installed this? Okay, just a second, Human, because here the installation is going, it might not go into wrong direction. So here, so what did you type last time, Zishan?
Sir, I don't
Okay,
remember,
okay,
sir, right now.
okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. Just type here vsphere.local.
Here, sir?
Yes, vsphere, SPHERE.
Dot local. Right, sir?
Yes, that's it. And then type the password 2 times.
The same password which I put it now before, sir.
Yes.
Sir, mine is not going through. The same is like still configuring.
Yes, I can see that. So maybe we'll have to cancel that.
Sir, should I go next?
Yes, just click on next.
Finish. You will not be able to pause or stop
Yes.
and start
So just let it go. So you've been through this few times already?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then
I
it
don't
goes
know, sir.
through
This.
here. So
Again, it will take time, sir, I think.
it's fine. It's fine. Just let it go. But just let's try this time with this. And this is a domain controller as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So so Zishan, if this doesn't work, and you tried 4 or 5 times already, then I would say just create a new Windows server and then from there initiate vCenter installation. Okay.
Okay. Right.
But before that, you need to, what you need to do is you need to delete the VCSA. So for example, we'll let that go on. And can you go to the other? Can you go to the other link, other tab? Sorry, the other
Okay.
Firefox tab.
Okay.
Yes, right here, and then close this. And then before,
Okay.
so if this fails at the end, then what you
So
need
you
to
mean
do? Yes, delete this.
delete from right click and delete, sir.
Exactly. Delete this and then recreate it on the other server.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So
Right.
for now, just let it go. And
Okay.
so I'll share my screen now.
Sir, why it's taking due to my memory? It is taking time because still it's 0.
No, sometime it just takes time. vCenter installation, it will take at least 15 to 20 minutes, or it can take 1 or 2 hours as well.
Oh, okay.
None by
Okay,
1 hour
sir.
you have time.
Yes.
I just want to share.
Okay, sure. So you can unshare your screen, just let this go. In the meantime, Zishan, I would say that just create a new Windows machine as well, just to be on the
Okay, sir.
safe side. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
And just
Okay.
a member server,
Right.
make a Windows machine, configure IP address, and also just join it to Active Directory and make sure firewalls are off.
Right,
Okay.
sir. Okay.
Okay.
Sir.
So now
Okay.
you can unshare your machine.
Already unshare, sir.
No.
Okay.
I shared, sir. I shared.
Okay.
So this one
Alamgir,
is
I can see your
fine,
screen.
sir? No,
Yes, I
this
can
one.
see your screen.
Okay. So I think this one is working fine now. But no, there is another problem. If you see here, this IP address is gone. But I can show you that I configured yesterday. You see.
Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. The IP address is gone. Okay. Hold on. Uh, hold on. Alamgir, your question is for OpenFiler.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So okay, yeah. So go on. Maybe if it is a quick fix, because this will create a huge chaos in everything, because we are fixing vCenter here. Okay. So what's your question?
So just, sir, we created this one yesterday, open filer. It was working fine. Everything we set it up. But now when I turned it on, I don't see any IP address here, right, sir?
Salim, provide the password.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So if you're not able to see, the networking here, it's saying you do not appear to have networking. So just restart this open filer, restart the open filer and see if IP address comes back. If it doesn't come back, if
Right.
open filer IP address doesn't come back, then you need to recreate open filer again.
Okay. I just tried, sir, but I don't think it's coming back again.
But on one of your computer, I can see you're connected to open filer. Where was that?
It was not open filer, sir. It was
So you want me to do next, sir?
Yes, yes. Just click on next and finish this. Yes.
Then finish.
So finish. Yeah. Just initiate the install. Okay, now let's see if we can move forward. Okay, so Alamgir, where are you now?
yes, sir. It's a little bit mess, sir. If you just see, uh, this one is ESXi host one, right? And this one
Right.
is also ESXi host one, same. But you see, this configuration is different, and this one is different.
Okay, hold on. So first of all, this missing something. This close this.
Which
Close
one?
this. The first tab. First tab. First tab.
Okay.
Yeah. Close this tab. Okay. So now you're connected to ESXi host 1.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Is there any confusion on in this screen?
Not in this screen, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Which means that click on VM, click on the VM, virtual machines, and we can see that there are 4 VMs, and there is server number 1, 2, 3, 4. So where is your VCSA? Is it on your ESXi2?
No, it was on VS on one, sir.
But it's not here. I don't see that. I think it's the, is it the first one? 20 GB space? No, it's not this one.
No.
Okay, so it's not here. There are only 4 VMs on this. So can you refresh this? Just refresh this page. Okay, that's fine. Try connecting, open another tab, connect to your ESXi2. And go to virtual machines, please. So here we have just normal virtual machine. So it should be on your 1, and on 1 we cannot see the VCSA. So probably it got deleted or it's not here. Okay, so now in order to look for a VCSA or a VM in another place, go to your storage. Go to your storage. And within the storage, go to data stores. And within data store, open VCSA, the 100 GB disk, the first one. So here, this is where's your data store browser. You need to go into data store browser. So just click on 100 GB disk. Just click on 100 GB disk, yes. And here, open data store browser. Okay, so now here I can see the VMs, 2016 server, Coca-Cola, DB server, linked server. These are your dummy VMs, or do you remember that one of them is VCSA?
I think these are dummy, sir.
These are dummy servers. So click on
Yeah,
data store 1.
data store. Go back.
No, here. There is data store one under 100 GB.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there is nothing. So which means that you don't have VCSA, you'll have to recreate VCSA. So you never created VCSA in this?
I did, sir. I think it's deleted, maybe,
Because of the disk?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe,
So it's not in the VM, it's not in the disk, meaning that somehow it got deleted. So later today, please create VCSA. Okay. Now about OpenFiler, can you show me OpenFiler? Maybe it came back.
no, sir.
So it's not here. So which means that networking is not here.
But you can see, sir, we did everything yesterday,
No, I understand. I understand. Yes, you completed everything. Yes, so these were the screen that you did. Yes.
Yeah.
But now, so go back to that screen, the IP address one.
Here even it shows, sir. Here it shows.
Yes, it is here, but it's not starting up the networking now. So there are now two ways to do that. One way is that it's saying that you do not appear to have networking. Please log in and start networking. So there is some command that will be used to start networking. Okay. So what I can, so here you need to log in with the root account username and password. So type here OpenFiler. Just type here, username is OpenFiler. Yeah, you probably have already used it. Enter. And password is password, just password.
Not taking, sir.
Hmm?
It's not typing.
It should take the password.
No, it's not taking it.
So it's not typing anything?
No.
No, it is typing, but it's not showing anything. So just enter, click enter. Have you clicked enter? Just enter, normal enter. Yes. So the interface has been implemented. This interface has not been implemented yet. Okay. So which means that there is some issue with your OpenFiler. I mean, we're not able to log in. Unfortunately, you'll have to recreate OpenFiler. Have you taken a snapshot once it was ready? You can go back to the snapshot though.
No, I didn't. I forgot.
Okay. So which means next time, please take a snapshot, and this OpenFiler is gone. There is no use spending time on this.
No.
Okay. So, I mean, yes, there are some commands that we can do, but for even the commands, we need to log in, and this is not letting us log in. So there is definitely something wrong with this OpenFiler. So I would say just recreate OpenFiler and reconnect. But before that, you need to recreate VCSA.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Everyone. Yes. Go ahead.
Sir, it was installing, but suddenly it's blank, and it's started with it's went down to restart. Like I have to log in again with the cloud. Can I show you my?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Sir. Yeah, it is. No, it's still in the same stage, sir. Installing stage 2, but didn't move anywhere. It is 0 installation.
So share with me your screen, please.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
So so it's on 0. Did it move to another number from 0 to
No,
another
sir.
percentage?
No.
It never
So
moved.
it didn't move. Yeah, it's before 1 minute ago. It's the screen got black, and when I click it, so it is starting from the login ID.
No, that is because it was locked out. So it was locked out.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's sitting on the same screen.
Yeah. So sir, it is still in 0 stage.
Yes, still on
It's
0
okay, sir?
stage. No, it's not okay because this won't go. This won't go. So now, so
Okay.
we'll have to do the other. So I'm just gonna close this.
Okay.
And in the meantime, so how much memory do you have in your machine?
So total 16.
Total 16 memory. So total
Yeah.
16 meaning that we need to do the exactly same thing that we did. Um just a second here on Salim's machine, and just a second. So oh, actually I cannot do anything. You can okay. Just to, let me see that if I can. Okay, shut down both of your servers. Shut down your servers.
Sir, can I say something?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
So it
Okay,
only
don't shut
works.
down. Don't shut down. Don't
So
shut
it
down.
only works with the IP address. If you give the fully qualified domain name, it was giving me error after error after error.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
then Wasim, when I asked Wasim bhai, he told me to go for with the IP address.
Okay. Actually, we
And
went
then
with the IP. We did went with the IP address in this or not? No. Okay.
Sir, FQDN usually doesn't take, so we went through the IP as well. I remember.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah.
what we can do here is we can try to cancel this. Zishan, can you click on the address bar where it says HTTPS 192.168.10.65? Okay. And here, so click again one more time. Enter. Just enter. Click enter.
Enter, sir.
Okay, you are entering. Okay, remove till the part where it says config. So delete, start deleting this. Delete. Just click on delete, 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 delete till 0 and enter. So let's say if it starts again and we'll go without the name. Oh, it started again.
Yes,
it
sir.
will automatically stop after 1 hour.
Okay, so it automatically starts again. Can you close this browser? Zishan, can you close this browser, please?
This browser, sir.
If I
So
create new infrastructure, should I just create without domain controller, right?
in your case or in Zishan's case?
In any case, sir.
Yes, I think instead of getting into these extra errors, should create extra another just a member server and then or do everything from that member server, not from a
So no
domain
Active
controller.
Directory, nothing, sir.
Sorry?
No Active Directory, nothing, right?
No, we do need Active Directory. We'll keep that server on the side, but we won't do any ESXi, vCenter, OpenFiler configuration from domain controller. We'll do everything from the normal Windows server. Okay, so Zishan, in this case, connect to your first ESXi host. What is your IP address for the ESXi host? I think this is 50 or it's
50,
50.
sir.
Yes, so just connect to ESXi host.
Sir, in Zishan case, did he check the pointer and the reverse lookup zone? Everything is okay there?
Uh,
Because his second state giving him error, right?
He
Not the
might
first
not have
state.
second record, sir.
Maybe the records are not properly, IPs and stuff is not properly.
so in order to bypass that, this is why we'll just do it with the IP address. So I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
when we do it with the IP address, when we go with the IP address, then there is no, then it never goes back to check reverse lookup or the forward lookup. So this is why we'll just go with the IP address configuration.
Okay.
But you're right. I mean, we can go and check that out. But I think since Zishan did it few times, 4 or 5 times, and it's not working. So Zishan, let's
Yeah.
clean that up. So click on virtual machine. Click on virtual machine. Yes, and right click. And first of all, power vCenter off. Right click on vCenter and power it off. and then right click and delete.
Shut down, sir, or power off? Because it's
Shut down, shut down. And now power off. Okay. So it's saying fail to power off virtual machine. Okay, so since it's gone, you can right click on this and let's see, delete.
delete, sir.
Yes, delete. So this is deleted. Now, before going anywhere, so can you show me the settings of your Windows servers? Right click on Windows Server. So here we can see you have 1 GB, that is fine, cancel this. And show me ESXi1, right click settings. So this has 12 GB. This has 12 GB, this is fine. So cancel this, please. And so now before doing anything, just create a new Windows server. So just go to home, actually go to file and create a new virtual machine and create a Windows server. Okay. So just create a new
Okay.
Windows server and just call it so Windows server. Okay, so just create a new Windows server and join it to Active Directory. And once it is done, then let us know. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
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 And remember, it's a server 2016. So just create a
Yeah,
server.
that I will change, sir. I will change the.
Okay, you can change everything. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Who else
Right.
wanted to show their screen?
So should I make 100 GB of drive this one?
Leave it 60 GB. It's fine. Just leave defaults.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, everyone.
Okay, sir.
Yes. So here I'm gonna share my screen now.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so guys, everyone, we did some troubleshooting today, and this troubleshooting is important. I mean, this shows us that this is how we need to move into. This is how we basically work with ESXi environment. Most of our time will be spent with ESXi environment. ESXi environment, and mostly it will be done through VCSA. So normally we won't be logging in directly into ESXi host. So by next lecture, so let's see, how many of you have already completed VCSA installation and it's working fine and you're logged in? Please type that in the chat window. So I have Naveed, VCSA is working fine. Faz, Wasim, Asher, and Human VCSA is not working fine. Ashish, I have, it's working fine. Zishan and Salim, they're working on VCSA. Okay. So Zishan and Salim, please continue with the VCSA installation. After the lecture, I'll help you out with that. And if you're working with a group, uh, then work with a group and make sure in the next lecture it will be fine. Maybe if you have to give control to someone, please before the next lecture make sure the VCSA is working fine, because from now on our all work will be done on VCSA. So VCSA should be working. Okay, I thought someone had a question. Okay, so now looking at my infrastructure here, OpenFiler, I've not configured OpenFiler yet. I will configure the OpenFiler, but before going on to the OpenFiler, I want to share with you, there are two screens with VCSA. So let's look at the VCSA quick install and we'll come back to the OpenFiler. We have also seen basic data store management. Basic data store management is basically when you add a new disk. When you add a new disk, and then you will it will be added as a device, then we format it, it becomes a data store. And once it becomes a data store, then we can create folders and move folders or copy folders. So that is basic data store management. Now looking at the vCenter, So looking at the vCenter, this is how vCenter will look like. So here, so this is my, so at the moment, what is our environment is looking like? So our environment is basically one Windows server. Then we have ESXi host, and then we have ESXi host 2. Then we have Open Filer as well. So we will have Open Filer. We have all these servers. So first server is this is our server number 1, which is, so I'm just going to call this 360 cloud. This is our DC01. And this one, the second server is ESXi 1. And second server is ESXi 2. And third server is OpenFiler. OpenFiler is basically our storage. So this is a storage server. I'm going to come back to that later on. But for now, we need to understand that the important infrastructure that should be ready. So on ESXi2, we have VCSA appliance. So on this server, on ESXi2, we have VCSA appliance, which is this server. So this is our VCSA. So at the moment, we should have VCSA ready. And this is our domain controller. Now with the domain controller, everything can work fine, but sometime domain controller basically give us some issues. So it does give us some issues, and sometimes it works fine. So just to rule that out, what we will do, we will have another simple server 2016. Without, that is not a domain controller. So a normal server that we are going to have in our environment will be 360 SRV 01. So this will be a normal server. From that server, we will do all our management. And in real environment, you will do this exactly in the same manner. On domain controller in real environment, we don't install anything. Now you might have a question, do we still need a domain controller? Yes, we do need a domain controller. Why? Because later on, we are going to connect VCSA to a domain controller. So now based on this architecture, this domain controller will remain a domain controller. It has a DNS service inside, but we won't be using DNS with this domain controller to manage our ESXi environment. So this server will be sitting back, whereas we will be using this server, which is basically 360 serve 01. This is server 2016, to do all of the management. So just by looking at this architecture, this is my architecture at the moment. So this is my Windows server, which is server 2016. This is a domain controller. This is my ESXi host 1. This is ESXi host 2. And this is the normal server. This is just a normal server. And this normal server is just a member server. It is a member to our domain, number 1. The firewalls are off, and this is the IP address. So you can have any IP address with that, but just have a normal member server. Okay. So, and now my VCSA is sitting on my ESXi host. Now that means that we can have a domain controller. Now, once since we have decided that this will be our architecture, now managing the resources, managing memory and the resources will be a bit challenging if you have a 16 GB machine. So domain controller can work. So by default, when you create a server 2016, it takes 2 GB of memory, but you can reduce it to 400 MB so that we can get more and more memory available. So if you do not have enough memory, what you can do, change your server memory to, so here I'm going to go back to our whiteboard. So here, so what I can suggest, if you have less memory available, if you don't have enough memory, so what I suggest that you can have 400 MB to this, 400 MB. Change it to 400 MB and start the ESXi host. Your ESXi 1, while installing ESXi VCSA, it has to be 12.1 GB. So this is 12.1 GB, and ESXi 2 will be 4 GB, and open filer is default, whatever open filer needs to be, and here this server can be 1 GB. So this is total, so 1 GB and 12 GB and 4 GB. So this is, I mean, this memory management you will have to do on a 16-bit laptop, on a 16-bit laptop. So if you have a 16 GB, if you have a 16 GB memory on your laptop, just like on Zishan and Salim's laptop, if you have 16 GB memory, then set up the memory here. Now in here, what we need to also remember that once this VCSA is installed, once VCSA, once you are installing VCSA, everyone, once you are installing VCSA, you do need 12 GB of memory. But once it is properly installed and fully accessible, you can reduce this memory to 8 GB or maybe 6 GB. And then also you need to go inside and also reduce this memory to 8 GB as well inside the ESXi host. Then you can have more memory to run the environment. I mean, you can get this idea that you can play with this memory, and the main idea, main objective is that you need to run this environment. But ideally, if you have more than 16 GB of memory, then you don't have to change these memory, just work with the default memory. Okay. So now, at the moment, most of the people, VCSA is working. And if your VCSA is not working, then during the week, you will try to install VCSA, make sure it is working. If it is not working, try not to hesitate asking your group mates that to help you out with that. But guys, this VCSA installation is very, very important. So most of the people sitting here, VCSA is working fine. So in order to check that out, so my VCSA, I told you that I had challenges too. So I had challenges too. In the real environment, you will have challenges as well with this. So there is no perfect way, there is no hardcore instructions to just follow and do the VCSA installation. Guys, welcome to the real world, real IT world, where even in the real environment you will get exactly the same challenges when you start installing VCSA. Even with full memory, with all of the resources available, you will still get challenges, you will still get these issues here and there, and this is how we can fix them. It's good that the issues are coming in this training. As you can see in the Windows training, when you learned Windows, there were not so many challenges because Windows, and so when there are not many challenges, there is less, there are fewer things to learn. But when you go through these challenges and you fix them, then it takes you to a next level. So if there are challenges in the real environment, you will face challenges as well. So now, if I look at my environment and if I try to see that if my VCSA is working fine, guys, this is exactly how we should do. So so I'm just going to close this. So this is my Windows Server. From Windows Server, I'm not doing anything. So from my Active Directory, I'll close everything. So all my administration, I will do it from my member server so that there is no challenges with the security. Most of the time, what I'm thinking is that Active Directory, since this is an Active Directory server, it has some special security that will sometime block you and sometime it doesn't block you. So we'll completely rule that out and we'll work from a member server. So if you don't have a member server, make sure that you do have a member server so that at least we are not confused about that. Since it is a domain controller, then we might have an issue and stuff like that. So I have a member server, and member server, you just need to have it be a member of the domain, and also firewalls are off, and it should be on the same network. So once it is, we'll log into ESXi1. So I'm going to log into ESXi1. Everyone knows how to log into ESXi1 now. So on ESXi1, I don't need to log into ESXi2 at the moment, but we can log into ESXi2. So here my objective is for this exercise is that I need to log into ESXi1 and I need to see that if my VCSA is working fine. So first of all, I will go into the VM. Every time when you're working with VCSA, guys, make sure go into your ESXi host and make sure that your VCSA is running. So So this play sign here, you can see the play sign. This should be running. If this is not running, then you won't be able to. You keep on trying to access the URL, it won't work. So I made sure that VCSA is working fine. And if I need to know the IP address of VCSA, I can select VCSA and click on this black screen. And here you will see that here it's showing me the name and the IP address. So the IP address of my VCSA is 210.200. So now before connecting, we need to understand two concepts here with VCSA. So VCSA has two types of consoles, everyone. So how many types of consoles? There are two types of consoles, guys. I need your attention here. We still have 1 hour to go. And this is a very, very important part where we start working with VCSA. So if your VCSA is not working, everyone, please just concentrate on the lecture and start taking notes. Okay, so guys, VCSA it has two types of consoles. So one console is where we do basic configuration of VCSA, and the second console is where we do main management. So in here, I am going to create two. So VCSA can be connected in two ways. So one, it can be connected HTTP S and then // and the IP address. So 168.10.200, this is my VCSA, and we can connect with this port number. The port number is 5480. So this console is where we do basic VCSA configuration. So this is basic VCSA config. And this needs to be done only the first time when you are connecting to VCSA. So when we are connecting to our VCSA for the first time, and this console needs to be used. So only the first time. And the second time when we start managing VCSA and we start managing our environment, then the URL will be exactly the same, but will be without the port number. So this, without the port number, it will be the main management console. So this is VCSA management console.
Sir, I just
Yes.
wanted to clear one thing. So
Yes.
this one is connected to a record through a record. This with this port. It means it is connecting with the record which we make it.
Yes. Yes. So if DNS is working fine, then instead of the IP address, we can connect using the name as well. But for now, let's keep the thing simple. So we will work with the IP address. Later on, once we start working with VCSA, then later on we can connect with the name. So here I would encourage everyone at the moment, just use the IP address instead of the name.
So if you are using IP address, you don't need DNS, right, sir?
Yes, at this point, we don't need DNS, but we will be needing DNS later on. Okay, so that at least we can start, working with the console, seeing what is in the vCenter and what are the most important things. Because these DNS and Active Directory is secondary in VMware. So in VMware, our main goal is to understand the VMware technology. We can always link it back to Active Directory. So this is why I'm asking everyone to keep the domain controller live, and we don't delete the domain controller. Later, we'll come back to domain controller and DNS. Okay. So guys, with this, we can now understand that there are two types of console. Once VCSA is properly installed, I would say at this point, take a snapshot of your complete environment. So once VCSA is working, once I'm able to connect to this console and this console, if both consoles are working fine with VCSA, and you will only be able to connect to this if VCSA installation is fine. And we know when you're installing VCSA, when we are installing VCSA, everyone, it goes to stage 1 and stage 2. So stage 1 and stage 2. So once these two stages are successful, then only after that you will be able to connect to both of these consoles. So but and if you're able to connect to both of these consoles, then take a snapshot of your complete environment, so that at any point in time, if there is anything wrong with this environment, then you can always roll back to your good snapshot. Now, your question here, everyone, your question will be that why is it so sensitive? Why is it so sensitive that one time that one day it is working and the next day it doesn't work? Guys, it is sensitive because VMware is a virtualization technology, and in order to run VMware, we run it on physical servers. So we don't run in a virtualized environment. So these ESXi hosts in real environment will be on the physical server, so they are more stable. But here in this environment, where in the training environment, since we are running inside VMware Workstation and we are making another virtualization environment inside VMware Workstation, it is a bit sensitive. So what happens is sometimes when we are tired, you will just shut down your laptop while your machines are on, while your ESX is on, while your VCSA that is inside ESX is on. And if you just shut down your laptop, guys, this can disturb the ESXi configuration inside. So this is why sometimes one day it is working and the next day when you start everything, since you haven't shut down everything properly, it gives you an error message. So there are these complexities. So for that reason, I am requesting everyone that if your environment is working fine, you just go here within VM and take a snapshot. So you can take a good snapshot. I'm not taking a snapshot at the moment. Before that, I need to make sure my VCSA is working fine. So in order to make sure VCSA is working fine, these are the steps that we all need to do. First of all, make sure your ESXi host is working fine. Secondly, I need to make sure that from the ESXi host, my VCSA is working fine. So VCSA is running right here. I can see VCSA is running. And here, this is my virtual machine. In the virtual machine, VCSA is working fine. Now, the next important test is that if I am able to access the VCSA from my Windows server. So for that, I am going to access, first of all, with the port. So this is my,
Sir, one more thing I want to clarify because I have a confusion. Sir,
yes.
why we are putting DNS on Windows Server? Why we are not creating DNS on ESXi host?
Uh, so so your question is about why we are using DNS
Yeah.
IP address or DNS as a
Yes, sir.
service?
DNS IP address, sir.
Yes. So DNS IP address we are using in Windows Server because Windows Server cannot work without DNS. In Windows Server, you must have a DNS server, and ESXi host. Why we are not using DNS IP address? Because ESXi host is a Linux server, and Linux server can work without DNS directly with the IP address. So this is why we are not using DNS, but later on we will be configuring DNS. And when we configure DNS on ESXi host, then we'll have to enter the DNS IP address.
Right.
Okay.
Okay,
So
sir.
so at the moment we're not using DNS because this is we can configure DNS anytime in future. So because of the DNS issues, we are actually drifting away from our main objective, learning the VMware environment. So for that reason, we are putting DNS and HTTP and Active Directory on the side and concentrating more on the VMware environment. So but later on we will be configuring that. Okay. So now going back to our previous discussion, guys, now I need to make sure that VCSA is working fine. So first of all, I will connect with the IP address with the port number. So guys, whenever we use a port number with this, whenever we use a port number with the URL, it means that you're trying to connect to a specific service on that server. But when you're connecting without a port number, it means that you're trying to connect to the main management console. So right here, I'm going to connect to the port number first to do the basic VCSA configuration. So the first is I typed the IP address with the port number and press enter. And here, if your VCSA installation is properly done successfully, it would take you directly to the console of VCSA. It will take you to this login. if VCSA installation has any issue during the installation, then it will take you to the stage 2 of the installation. So if it is taking you to stage 2 of the installation, it means that there is something wrong with the installation. But if it is taking you to this page where it's asking for URL and password, on this page, it means that the installation was done properly, and now you're about to do the basic vCenter configuration. So this is one test. The second test I want to do is connect to the same VCSA without the port number. So I'm going to select this IP address. And on my second tab, guys, please remember that when I say go to the tab, second tab of Firefox, this is a Firefox browser. And here, second tab will open with the plus sign. So here, I'm just going to copy this, the IP address. So just the IP address without the port number. This will still take me to VCSA. It's not giving me an error message. This is just giving us that warning that since this is a secure page, you need to you want to go to this page. Now for everyone else, that why we are getting this warning, guys, we are getting this warning because Firefox and Chrome, they both give warning on this page. So here on Firefox, this will give us this type of warning. And if I go to Internet Explorer and go to this page, let's say and I just wanted to clarify to everyone, why do we get this warning? So if I go to this page, even Internet Explorer will also give us a warning. It's saying that there is a problem with the website security certificate. Guys, these all browsers are giving us this type of warning. Why? Because the browser understands that the URL you're trying to do, it will run, it has some dynamic web pages. So in our case, we know that this is a VCSA where we are connecting to. But guys, in real life, when you go to a browser and it gives you this error message, it means that that page might have some virus, or that page might have some hacker connected on the other side and trying to connect to your machine. This is why it is giving us this warning that, do you really know that where you're connecting, is it safe for you to go? If it is safe for you to go, it's saying continue to this website, and it's saying not recommended. Why is it saying not recommended? Because Internet Explorer doesn't know that you're trying to connect to VCSA, or you're trying to connect to an application that you already know. This is why it's saying it's not recommended. So in the real environment, if you're connecting to some website and it gives you this error message, it means that that website might have something dynamic on that, and that can basically do something on your laptop. So this is why it always gives us this warning, because when you try to connect to VCSA, it has some dynamic scripts that run in the background, because without that, with those scripts, you will be able to manage VCSA. So in that case, what we'll do, we'll just go down and advanced. Always click on advanced and go down, and here you're saying that I accept the risk and I'm willing to continue. So here, once you try to continue, here it gives me that error message, your no healthy upstream. So guys, this is what I was saying, that we need to make sure that everything is working fine. So when I try to connect to this page, it's giving me this error message. Now before going there, what I'll try to connect to the basic configuration. So basic configuration, we always log in with the root account and not the administrator account. So here, let's try to log in, and hopefully if it lets me log in, because VCSA is a sensitive application, but in the real environment, it's really stable, very, very stable. VCSA, you don't have to you don't have to restart services or restart servers every day. But also, guys, you need to remember, we need to understand that in the real environment, we don't restart our ESXi host every day. Guys, here, every day we are restarting these ESXi hosts. That disturbs our VMware configuration. Because every day when you stop your laptop and when you shut down your laptop where this lab is, your ESXi hosts are shutting down every day. And this doesn't happen in the real environment. Okay. So now that I am connected to this URL, based on our understanding, whenever you have VCSA, we need to do some basic settings going with this URL, going to 5480, and once this is all done, then we can connect to our management console. So in my case, management console is giving me an error issue. I'm not sure why is it giving me that issue, but what I do, I'll try to do the basic configuration and then I'll come back to that link again. Yes, Alamgir, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Suppose if you are creating a VCSA in a server which doesn't have any domain controller or Active Directory, so you don't need to create any records, right?
Yes, if we don't have Active Directory and DNS, we don't need to create any record, directly install VCSA.
So you
But but
can
but but but, but, but hold on. Especially for VCSA. Okay, so yes, for ESXi host installation, there is no problem. But for VCSA installation, you must have Active Directory available in the background, and you must create DNS record too.
so, but in the beginning you said, sir, you don't need like like wherever you have VCSA, you don't need Active Directory server or like a DNS server, right?
Yes. So let me clear out
So
that
how,
that
can, first
confusion.
question,
Yes.
how can be VCSA installed without a DNS?
Yes. So yes, let me clear out that confusion. Okay, so first of all, let's look at this. Let's look at this picture here, the architecture. In order to install VCSA, we do need an Active Directory server. Okay, Active Directory and DNS server. We do need to create a record in DNS, just like the instructions. So if you just follow the video 345, the instructions are very clear. I did get an error message at the end, but if you follow the video for the configuration, basic configuration, you'll have to do exactly the same configuration. Okay, but when I say that you don't need DNS for VCSA, you don't need to use the name. This is during the installation. So during the installation, if you go with just IP addresses, your installation will go fine. Why? Because during the installation, when you use in stage one, during the installation, when you provide the IP address of the new VCSA, it will automatically go back to Active Directory where you have created the record and take out the name and then attach that name with VCSA. So for that reason, you do need Active Directory and DNS, but when you're installing VCSA, you don't need to specify the name. You can only work with IP addresses. So this is what I meant.
Sir, I have question.
Just before your question,
Okay, sure,
just
sure.
before your question, Alamgir, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir, but still it's little bit confusing because you said you can operate anything without without any DNS server, right? So still I'm confused for
Okay.
that
Okay.
part.
Yes.
You said like on like one side you're saying that like you need a DNS to install a VCSA, but how can we work on VCSA like if there is no like DNS? So that means you need two servers with with the like one with the DNS and one without DNS.
So yes, so let me answer that. Let me answer that first. Everyone, this is an important question. So there are two things here. Number one, so I'm just going to copy this. So in my other whiteboard. So let's understand. Now so during installation of VCSA, we do need Active Directory and DNS during installation of Active Directory. So let's say this is my Active Directory server, and this is my ESXi host, and this is my VCSA. Okay, VCSA. Now the installation, if you follow the steps one by one, if you follow the video for installation, you'll have to go into DNS, within DNS, and create a host record for VCSA. And a host record is simply the IP address and the name. So we will say that this is the IP address of VCSA. Okay, now during the installation, we do need just this much to be done within Active Directory. So go to DNS and just create a host record. So once you have created that, then during the installation, we know that it goes through stage one and stage two. Okay. So while stage one, within stage one, it will just ask for the basic questions and everything. You can use the IP address of that VCSA. So the IP address that I'm going to use is, let's say, 200. And just bear with me for a second, everyone. Just bear with me for a second so that this confusion is cleared out. So Active Directory in DNS was required during the installation. And once the installation is all done, let's say you went through stage one, stage two, everything. Now, in order to manage VCSA, you need to use these two URLs. So here now you have the option, either you connect by name or by IP address. So when I say you don't need a DNS when you're connecting to VCSA, I'm just saying that you can directly use the IP address and connect to VCSA. So that's what I mean by you don't need DNS while connecting to VCSA once everything is installed.
Okay, so yeah, like you can connect even without any DNS, or even you can connect from Windows 10 too, right, sir?
Exactly, exactly. So now, so your previous question that why do we need DNS and Active Directory? We need DNS and Active Directory because we need to install VCSA, and VCSA in the back end try to connect to DNS and get the name from there.
Okay, so it gets from the IP address. I got it.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, Naveed, you may ask a question.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the if you can you go to the previous slide, please?
So previous slide is this one.
Where did you where you wrote the IP address 192.168.10.200? No, not this one. The previous one, I guess. Yeah, this one. Okay, sir. Where did you get this IP address from? Like you mentioned, you can we can check this IP address from the VCSA. So where is that IP address located?
It's right here. So if I go in here, I can go to
Uh-huh.
VCSA, and if you're connected to your environment, if you click on VCSA, it's on this black screen. Okay.
Okay. And
So
then what you
it's
did, like you copied this IP address
no.
and
I
then
haven't copied anything. I just saw the IP address and I typed that in the browser. So now I know that it is 192.168.10.200. I just went into the browser and typed that IP address with the port number. That's it.
So,
okay, I
sir,
see.
like basically this VCSA will work just like a VM, and you have to do everything in this VCSA, right, sir?
Exactly, exactly. VCSA is just a VM. Now we will be connecting to that VM to manage everything.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you can manage unlimited VMs right here
Exactly. Wasim,
while
you may ask
context.
your question. Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
So, sir, in the real environment, there are two types of what you call consoles in VCF, right?
Yes.
One is a basic configuration, one is a main management.
Right. So this is the
So
one
in
that
the
I am on is basic configuration. Yes.
is basic configuration, right? It works without the port number 5480, or with the port number
With the port number.
5480.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes. So, sir, in the real environment, most of the time we work on the management console or the basic console.
90% of the time we work on the management console. Basic
Okay. Now
configuration.
next.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Now next question is, let's see in the real environment, my main management console not working, not even taking the URL or the
Okay.
IP address on the browser. So then I have to use the basic configuration to do
It,
everything or manage.
exactly. Then we need to come back to the basic configuration and see what is wrong. So this is what I was about to show you guys.
Okay. And one more thing, sir. This
Yes.
VCSA is an appliance, right?
VCSA is an appliance. Yes. So
Yes.
appliance means that once VCSA is installed, it will be installed as a VM. So which means that remember that we don't have to. Once VCSA was we downloaded the software ISO from VMware website. Then we just run the installation and it automatically made the VM. We never created the VM. So that is what the appliance says. Whenever you deploy
Yes.
an appliance, it will convert to a VM. So this VM that we see right here.
Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, excellent,
Sir,
guys.
so,
Yes.
sir, I want to clear one thing. So it means, sir, this port is a password of any, like, password of the door. Once you put the password, so you don't need to put again and again. Like you can scan with this port, because as you said, first time we have to log in with the port, and after that we can directly log in with the name or without port. So this port is the password.
This port is for configuration. You can, I mean, if you can remember it in that manner, yes, this is the
Yeah,
door that opens
yeah,
VCSA. So, I mean,
yeah.
that's a good understanding as well. So the first time
Right.
when we are configuring VCSA, we will connect with
Yeah.
the port number. And once
Password.
it is
Yeah.
configured, once we configure, I
Yeah.
mean, don't call it password because that can confuse you between the username and password. But if you
Okay.
want to understand that the port number is basically we do basic configuration, and then once it is all done, then
Yeah.
we will connect to VCSA.
Right.
Sir,
Right. Okay.
if you go to main screen of this like
Okay.
sphere, yeah. So this console is called vSphere, like whole.
This console is called now. This console is just called VCSA configuration console.
So basically, sir, if you are not in the VCSA logged in, so you can manage maybe 5 to 10 machines, right? Like VMs, I mean. So that console is called vSphere.
Yeah, so vSphere is basically this one. vSphere is right here. So this complete, so everyone, what is called vSphere? vSphere is, so I have two vSphere ESXi hosts. So when we say in general, how many vSphere ESXi hosts you have? So here you can see I have two vSphere ESXi hosts. So I can, if I delete one, so this is called vSphere. This is called vSphere, and the VCSA is called vCenter. So vCenter, VCSA is vCenter, vSphere is called the host.
So, sir, like before you log into VCSA, if you are managing just maybe 5, 10 VMs, so that console, what do you call that console? If
Okay,
you,
that console is called vSphere web client.
oh yeah,
So
that's I was asking. So can you
yes,
show me if you don't mind
so it's
which one?
right here. It's right here. So when we directly connect to ESXi host with the URL, so this is said, this is I am connecting using vSphere web client and connecting to ESXi host. But the second one where I'm connected, this is said that this is called that I'm connecting to vCenter configuration screen.
Oh, okay,
So
sir.
still, this is not the console, just the vCenter configuration screen.
Exactly. Yes.
Mhm.
So
Sir,
control will be once you log in, sir.
Sorry again.
So once you are logged into VCSA, that one is called console. Where you get,
This is called, so going back to our architecture here. So once we log in with the port number, this is called basic vSphere configuration. And once we log in, so we haven't logged into the management console. So this is why the confusion is. We have only logged into the configuration console. Management console will be the different one. Will be another console.
oh,
Okay, so for
sir,
now it's fine. For now, just leave that parked here. Once we log into the management console, then this will be clear.
sir, I want to ask one thing. Sir,
Yes.
this port is from where we are getting this port, or in real environment also it is the same, or we will get from somewhere like network department or anywhere. This
Yes, so
port,
this
sir.
port will always be the same, but if you just want to make sure that where is this port coming from and how do you remember this IP address, guys, you don't have
Yeah.
to remember the IP address. You can always go back to your ESXi host and go to virtual machine, go to the VM, and if you click on this VM here, this complete URL is coming right from here. So you can see this right here. This is the IP. This is basically the port number. So just need to select the IP address and the port number.
And
Okay,
sir,
sir.
one more thing.
Yes.
For Zishan, is clarification. I'm giving clarification to Zishan.
Yes.
This 5480 port, because we create the VCSA, right? When we create in two stages VCSA, in first stage when it's successfully done, it gives this IP address with this port number,
Exactly. Yes.
right? So this
Right.
port number coming from the stage one, and you can just remember it, or once the server is ESXi server is ready in VCSA, you can see that port number too, as sir said.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes, that's the case. Okay. So we'll go for I mean, few minutes, maybe 5 minutes break. But before the break, I just want to recap what we have right here. Okay, everyone. Today we are trying to understand. Today we are trying to understand VCSA installation. I know at the moment it looks a bit difficult. I think it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult. It's you're just getting there. And I think for most of you, VCSA is already installed. We all know that VCSA is one of the VMs within ESXi host. Now, what we are trying to understand that how do you configure VCSA? So the first time when we configure VCSA is right from this configuration URL, which is 192.168.10.200. So whatever your IP address, with the port number, this port number will always remain the same. This port number was same for the previous vCenter and previous to previous vCenter. So we always used to use the same port. And I think Abdullah has worked with the previous vCenter. This vCenter is different from that other vCenter because they have upgraded everything. The one that Abdullah has worked on previously in 5.5 in version 5, that vCenter was a different installation, and it was having a different view as well. But this 6.7 actually started with 6.5 and 6.7. It's a completely new change. They've completely I mean, you can say they made a new interface, totally new interface and a new architecture. So yes, so in order to configure this vCenter, what we need to do is that we connect to this first, this one, and then connect to later on, then connect to this. Now, once we connect to this, and Salim just told us that his vCenter installation is completed. So once the vCenter installation is completed, what we need to do is, if I go right here, we need to connect to this URL right here. So once we connected, so let me just close this. And this is the URL that where we connect. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna start with this just fresh. So I want you to be on this URL. I'm just gonna close this one and close this one. So I'm connected to vSphere client. From now on, we are going to call this vSphere client where you see VMware ESXi. We are connected directly to ESXi host. I'm just gonna minimize this and and open a new browser so that we can start. So open a new browser right here, and I'm just gonna say Firefox. So in here, I will use this IP address. So now whenever we try to connect, now I am trying to connect to VCSA basic configuration console. So if your VCSA is working fine, then you should be able to connect to this console. My other console was not working because my vCenter services are not working. Now, if you're able to get to this console, that means that you are able to access this console right here on the main screen. You're seeing that overall health is good, CPU is working fine, memory is working fine, database is fine, storage is fine, swap memory is fine. But here, I don't have a status of my single sign-on service. So basically, vCenter is accessible, and here we can do some basic setting. We can back up this VCSA. We can see the logs of VCSA. We can change the root admin password right from here. We can also update it to a newer version. The current vCenter version is 7. If there is a newer version, we can upgrade the vCenter version right from the update. And this is the most important thing, where the services are. In the services section, you will see that which services are important, and these services should be running in order to run the vCenter. And within this, the most important vCenter service is right here. If I go down, the most important vCenter service is this service, which is known as vCenter, VMware vCenter server. So this server should be running, and here I can see that this service is stopped. So this service is somehow stopped, and I'm not sure why it stopped. I can try to restart the service. And in order to start the service, How can I restart? And this is set to automatic. Automatic simply means that whenever, so there are two types of services. There are some services disabled and some services set to automatic, and some services are set to manual. So automatic means whenever this VCSA starts, this VCSA should start these services. So this service should be started, but it's not started. So that means that this is why I'm not able to access whenever I try to, when I was trying to log in without the port number, it was giving me error message. Why? Because there are some automatic services that are stopped. They should be started like this. So here it should say that the service should start like this. And if I sorted by state and sorted by automatic. So all automatic services should be started when VCSA is started. So if I sorted by startup type, here I can see that there are many automatic services, which is this content library stopped, this is stopped. So there are many services are stopped, and we need to start them one by one. So right here, let's say let me try to start this. So this service is set to automatic. I'll try to stop. Actually, before starting anything else, I will try to start the vCenter server service. So going down, there are many services that are stopped, and this is a problem with my VCSA probably. Here, I will select this service and go up and try to start the service. So let's see if it is started. And this might be a routine check on your side as well. If VCSA is not working, you might need to connect to the configuration console, come to services and try to start it. And if it is not started, it is not started for a reason. One more time, everyone, I'll take your question, Naveed. Just a second here. Guys, always remember, this is a VMware environment, number one. This is a VMware environment, and VMware environment is a very important environment for any organization. But we keep on getting these error messages. Why? Because we are running that in our laptop, and this is the way to learn this. But even in the laptop, make sure when you're shutting that down, try to shut down the ESXi host, or try to shut down VCSA first, and then you can stop your ESXi host. But if you don't want to do that, and sometimes you don't have time to do that, just going to VCSA, stop it, wait, and then go on. Then at that point, I would say take a snapshot of your complete environment. So if anything goes wrong with the environment, you can always move back to your good snapshot. So yes, you may ask a question, Naveed.
Thank you. Sir, I have two questions. Number one, that in this configuration screen, if I have any kind of alert or any kind of error message, then do I have to fix that error message after staying on this configuration screen, or do I have to go back to my vSphere? That was my question number one.
Okay.
And question number two is if any service is stopped here, like you have a couple of services which are disabled here, how can you enable a service?
Yes. So going back to question number two is that I tried to install the service. I'm trying to start the service. It is still giving me starting status, and that might be due to the lack of resources on VCSA or something. I'll check that out. And your first question was if there is a warning, then it depends on the warning or the error message. Are you getting a warning here on the top of the screen?
No, just besides VMware Center server.
Can you quickly share your screen? Share your screen.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
It's not an error, but it's a kind of alert, like healthy with warning. And I can see one exclamation mark here.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, so general thumb rule in overall IT, in all the application, everyone, everywhere, most of the time we ignore warnings. I mean, in reality, we don't have time to look at the warnings because we have a lot of other stuff to do. So in general, warnings are fine, and errors we need to fix. If there is an error
Mhm.
message, then sometime we do need to fix it. But even the error, sometime we need to ignore if everything is working fine. So let's say my vCenter is
Mhm.
working fine, everything is okay, and I'm not seeing any significant issue going on in the environment, guys, I won't even look at the error messages. So I mean, if it is really really an important error message, then my any service might stop. Now, what is the reason of that? What is the reason? Why would I ignore error message? Guys, sometimes in order to fix the error messages, you will be disturbing the other services too. So if there is an error message, but your environment is working, then I would ignore the error message.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay.
Sir,
Got it.
I have question.
And sir,
Yes.
my second question
Okay.
is already there. That how can you enable this service? Like I'm talking about just high availability, which
Okay.
is disabled here. So if
Okay.
I want to utilize that, how can you enable it?
Yes. So go. So you have already selected it. Go up at the scroll up, please. So when you scroll
Oh,
up,
start.
there you have start, but don't start it,
Oh.
because if it
Mm-hmm.
is disabled, it is disabled for a reason. So we don't need to
Right.
start anything. What is, we don't need to make any changes to this. I can see that the most important service you have, vCenter service, it is working, it is started. And if these
Mm-hmm.
services are started, so mainly on this screen, our idea is that everything that has the startup type automatic. So if you're saying automatic, with that startup type, and if it is started, that is what is required in this. So in my case, I have many automatic services that are not started, and it's not even starting. So probably
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to restart the VCSA appliance on the on in ESXi host. So in your case,
Mm.
everything is working fine. I would say don't change anything.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. I'll yes, Wasim, you may ask your question.
Sir, mine is not question, it's a confusion. I want to clarify.
Right.
So, sir, vCenter is the server management where we can manage hundreds and thousands of server, right?
Yes.
Right. So in this console, management console, I don't see any server.
Yes, because this is the best. This is the basic console. This one is a basic vCenter management console. Once we are in the management console, then we'll be able to see all the servers and networking and storage. So that will be in the second. So remember that I said that there are two types of consoles here. So we are
Yeah, it's the
still on the,
basic one, it's not
yeah,
the management one.
exactly.
Yeah.
So in the management console,
Oh,
we will see everything.
okay, got your point. Thanks.
Okay, guys,
Sorry,
it's
Adnan, but I have a question.
yes. Go ahead, please.
You know, Adnan, but in real job, because we have, as Wasim Bhai mentioned, we have many servers. How they can divide it and assign the server to us?
Yes, so that depends on the your team lead or your manager. So I'll give you my example. When I started with Rogers 10 years back or 15 years back, there were 800 servers. 800, yes, 800 servers, and we were four system admins at that time. So four system admin and 800 servers. So what they did, they divided all 800 servers among us, among four system admin. So let's say 300 servers is my responsibility, another 250 servers and other system admin responsibility. So to answer your question, your IT manager will divide servers among you.
No, Adnan, but I just mentioned because they are huge and we don't know which number is that. They gonna put on the queue. How they gonna, you know, assign it?
Yes,
You know what I mean?
yes. So right in the beginning, when I joined Rogers, in the first 2 weeks, first of all, they asked me to, since you're new, you still need to know the environment, because I didn't knew the name of the servers, the IP addresses, and everything. So they asked me to shadow one of the existing system admin, and this happens in all of the job environments. They will ask you to sit with one of the system admin. You will sit with them, and that person would explain you everything in the first 2 weeks. So that doesn't happen in one day, maybe 2 days. It might take 1 week or 2 weeks, where you will sit with him. He will explain you everything, their naming architecture, their IP addresses. So what they don't do, he won't teach you Active Directory. So he won't teach you DNS. He won't teach you the basics of failover cluster. So what they are giving you, the time they're giving you is to understand their environment. So during that first or 2 weeks in the team meetings, they will assign you server once they feel confident, because they won't assign you servers right on the first day, because this is production going on. So they will wait for 1 week. Once you feel like confident in understanding their environment, then they would say, okay, now these 300 server is your responsibility. You will get an Excel sheet. In the Excel sheet, it has names and IP address, everything will be there. Now then at that point you will be responsible. You will be also assigned a ticketing queue in which you will get tickets for those servers as well. So that's how it is. Okay. Um, so guys, it's okay, it's 10:05. It's 10:05 on our time. We have 20 minutes. Do we need a break?
So I'm okay.
I think
I'm okay, sir.
we'll just so you just need to see the configuration or the way that we need to fix this, everyone. So so main thing, guys, today before leaving, I want you to have that very good understanding of vCenter consoles. So vCenter, please follow video 3, 4, and 5. The video that I have there. If your vCenter is not working, please make sure your vCenter is working, and also snapshots taken. Also snapshots taken for your environment, so that next week we will start with the vCenter installation, and also we will configure the storage as well. So today, it's very, very important that we do need to understand this environment. And I am 100% with you. I am 100% with you guys. If you have basic questions, if you don't understand, I don't mind anything, because we are all new here. We all need to become an expert in this. So in order to become an expert, we need to also be, first of all, we need to become expert of basic steps, the installation and basic configuration. But after today, I don't want to see any basic messages, because we have spent a lot of time in configuring the environment, and now it's your turn, guys. It's your turn. You need to honestly spend 3 and 4 hours in this week. You need to spend at least 4 to 5 hours, or at least 6 hours at home, in order to rebuild this environment. Or if an environment is fine, just need to take a snapshot, and you need to be an expert of your current environment. So by next lecture, everyone, you should be an expert of all these servers. So what we have decided, our architecture is that on from domain controller, we don't have anything. We don't have anything on our domain controller. Number one, we have two ESXi hosts, and I would request Naveed, Wasim, and I think and Alamgir to help out everyone. So we have people with the with some challenges on configuring the environment. So the people who are challenging, who are having challenges, guys, the people who are having challenges, please reach out to these good people. Wasim and Naveed and everyone is ready. They are ready to help you out. But remember, you'll have to raise your hand. You'll have to raise your hand saying that you have a problem. If you don't raise your hand, and you're not saying that you have a problem, how would they come to you? So you are thirsty, you'll have to go to the well won't come to you. So for that, please, before the next lecture, everyone, before the next lecture, make sure environment is ready, and make sure that this is our architecture. So we have normal Windows server, from where we are managing everything. We have Active Directory and DNS, where this server is a member of, and we have ESXi1 and ESXi2. Is that understandable to everyone? Just type yes
Yes,
in
sir.
the chat window, please. Okay. Okay, so Ashish is very quiet today. Ashish, how are you and where are you? Probably he's at work. Oh, Ashish,
Oh, sir, I'm here. Actually, I'm
what
just
happened? Your mic is not working, or what's wrong with your mic?
no, it is. I was just actually leaning back today. I just have the I got the wireless keyboard. So I just like lean back today.
Oh, wow, wow. Too comfortable.
Yes, I
Okay.
you
Okay,
have to
that's great.
focus on these classes, right?
Excellent. So, how's your lab architecture, Ashish? I mean, do you have
Uh,
everything running?
yeah, it's pretty good. I shared the picture. I think so. Everything is running. I even logged into the second console
Oh,
without
very
the
good.
port, so it should be fine. I think so.
Okay, okay, excellent. So,
Ashish
guys,
No,
has
me,
a little
him,
bit
and
problem.
Zishan stayed till last night around 2 a.m.
oh, wow, really?
Yes, sir.
Ashish is good guy, but he has little bit problem. He got accident, I think, few years back. So he's
Few,
struggling for that.
few years back.
I think 2 years back, I think
So, okay.
he has back problem, I think.
Oh, okay, a back problem. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So
So that's why you're leaning back. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, essentially, I was just taking it easy.
Okay, okay, great.
Yeah.
As long as your architecture is working fine, as long as you're able to connect to VCSA, the configuration and the management console, that is the main thing here. Excellent. So guys, here I have VCA, I
I just
have,
shared the picture as well, so I
okay,
don't know if that's what it was, right?
okay, okay. I'll just have a look at it. Okay, excellent. So guys, here we have last 15 minutes, and last 15 minutes, I just wanted to recap what we have done today. We did some troubleshooting. We also did some. I mean, the most important part of this today was managing resources. So the exercise we did on, I think it was Zishan's machine or Salim's machine, when we changed the memory, and we work with VCSA. Uh, okay, so
I think Salim, sir.
Salim's machines. Okay. So guys, this is very important, and you will learn with time that we can change these settings. So let's say if you have a 16 GB of memory, always, whenever you're connected to VCSA, you can always change the memory. But before changing anything in this environment, make sure that it is snapshot. Okay. So now we have VCSA, everyone. VCSA, I'm connected to my basic configuration. And before we can finish today's lecture, what I wanted to show you that the problem that I'm facing on vCenter. Now, since vCenter is installed properly, this console is an example of that. And in that, first of all, if I go to the summary screen, on the summary screen, everything looks fine, but the status, single sign-on status is not okay, which means that there is some problem with this. And at the same time, when I try to log into my VCSA, it gives me unhealthy something. So that is a very general error message, and this doesn't give me anything. So how do I fix that? So my only way to find that out is going back to the basic configuration screen. And on the basic configuration screen, I can look at the summary. Here I can see everything is good, but my SSO, which is single sign-on, is not working fine. On the monitoring screen, there is nothing much. It's fine, looks fine. Whereas I have this CPU is right here on the access screen. I can see that there are different type of access. We will check that out later on, that there are these ways I can connect to VCSA. I can connect to VCSA using SSH login. In another lecture, I will show you how to log in with SSH. I can directly log into to VCSA with DCLI, which is the direct console, which is right here, which is that other console that where we connect to. So here, if I connect, click on that black screen and then log in directly using the root account, that is known as DCLI. DCLI is that console. And if I go back here, I have the other ways as well. So login, so console CLI is also enabled. So these are different type of access how we can log in. In the networking section, it will show me the IP addresses that I've configured with this. So since I am able to connect to the configuration screen, I don't need to change anything in here. So everything is fine. In the firewall, In the firewall, there are no rules. So firewall is open. We're not changing anything. In the time screen, there it is getting sync time from 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 the server itself. So I'm not changing anything in here. But the important place, the most important place for day-to-day checkup, if you ever need to troubleshoot VCSA, is this services place. So in services, there are hundreds of services available. I mean, if not 100, okay, 50 or maybe 30, 20 or 15 or 25 services that run VCSA. And the way we can remember, so you might be thinking, do I need to remember each and every service here? No, guys, we don't need to remember each and every service. And Abdullah can remember that previously in vCenter 5 and 5.5, we were only concerned about two main services: vCenter server service. If this service is stopped, it means that VCSA is not running. I mean, VCSA as a VM is running, but VCSA service is not running. So in 5.5 and 5, we were only concerned about one or two services, but here we have many services to take care of. Why? Because now VCSA has more and more features and they have more and more services. Then your question will be, then what is the best way to look at these services? Guys, the best way to look at these services, first of all, not to change anything in this console, number one. Number two is always sort by startup type, always sort by startup type, and everything that is set to automatic, which is right here, it needs to be running. And here I do clearly see a problem that many of the services that are set to automatic are stopped. So previously I did try to start vCenter service. So my very first place was starting the vCenter service and it was not able to start. And now I can stop many service. Now, if there would have been only one or two services that are stopped, I would just select that service and try to start that service right from here. But in my case, I have many, many services stopped. So what happens is that if many services are stopped, it means that it's a major problem with VCSA. So in order to start the services right from here, what I will do, I will try to start the VCSA appliance. So I will go here, and within that, first of all, I'll power that off. I will power off this appliance and start that appliance. That's just one time. So power off, this appliance will go down. Now, if it would have been just one or two services, then I can just start them. But
Sir, a question.
yes, but if since I have so many services, I'll have to start the server itself. Yes, please go ahead.
So, sir, these VMs are called appliances. Like,
Yes. So before the installation, it is called an appliance. Once it is installed, then it is just known as a VM. So right here, since it is sitting in the virtual machine, it's a VM.
okay, because you are just like
Keep on saying appliance.
keep on. Yeah, yeah. That's what I
Yes.
was thinking.
So it's I mean, one and the same thing because it was an appliance. It's not a physical server. So this is why, but mainly this was an appliance and now it is a VM. So
Okay.
I mean, even in the real environment, when you're sitting in a meeting, they might refer to this as a appliance. Now, your question might be, what is a clear difference between a VM and an appliance? Guys, VM is when we create a VM from scratch. So, for example, if I go here and create a VM, and then I go to step by step and create a VM, this will be known as a VM. This won't be known as a appliance. But here I never created this VM. Remember that we just installed the VCSA as went through stage 1 and stage 2, then it became a VM. So this is called an appliance. Appliance, we don't have to create a VM, it is automatically created.
Okay. So, with like outside this environment, right?
Yes, from outside the environment, because we got the ISO, we downloaded the ISO, then we started the installation, and then it automatically created that VM. So this is why it is known as appliance.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So I've just started my VCSA, and let's see if it comes back with the. Now at the same time, I also need to make sure that wherever the VCSA is, there is enough disk available. So while this is starting up, I'll just go into storage, and within storage, I'll just go into the disk with the data store browser and see where is my. This is my VCSA, And on this disk, I should have enough space. So on my other disk is empty, and most probably if there is not enough space, then this won't start. So I'm just going to look at my storage. So ISO has 99 and free space 57 GB. So which means that storage won't be an issue while starting VCSA. So once going back here, the VCSA, this is my VCSA right here. And if I select my VCSA, I can keep on looking at my screen, which is this one. So VCSA is starting up. So once it starts up, then we can, first of all, I'll connect to my configuration screen. And from the configuration screen, I will make sure all the services are running. Then we can connect to the management. So while this is starting up, can anyone share their screen? Because we have less time. I just wanted to show you the management screen as well. So Wasim, if
I can
you're
do that.
vCenter, yes, so just share your screen, please. Okay, so now here we can have, so this is the configuration screen. So now since everything is working fine, go to services. And in the services, just sorted by the startup type, sorted by startup type. And here we can see all the services are running fine. So this is fine. And rest of the configuration, we don't change anything in this. We don't change anything in this. We came to this console just to make sure services are running fine. And from here, we don't need to make any changes. Now your question might be, why do we call it configuration screen? Guys, we did this configuration in stage 1 and stage 2. Now we don't have to make any changes. We just wanted to make sure that services are running. Go back to the summary, please. Click on summary. On the summary screen, if everything is good on the health side, so health status is all good, and on the single sign-on status is running. So it means that this VCSA is ready to be configured. So now what we need to do, guys, just click on, just open another tab and connect to the management console.
So
So
this is 1050.
yes, so without the, without the port
Sorry?
number, without the port number, just click enter. Yes. So this will be known as management console. Now, before going there, can you increase this zoom in into this page? Just go to the three dots on the right side. Yes. So just change
And
this
zoom
to
in.
zoom out actually.
Okay.
Zoom out. So more 100. Yes, that's fine. So in
You
here,
go control plus, it does the same thing. Control minus.
oh yeah, yeah. So that plus or control minus will do the same thing.
Mhm.
So now launch the vSphere client. Click on launch vSphere client. So this is now, before it used to be called a vSphere web client. Now it is only called UI, which is a user interface. So, and this is HTML5. Now guys, here, remember one thing, that here we don't use root account to log in. We need administrator account to log in. So in the management console, sorry, in the configuration console, we use root account. But in management console, we always use administrator at the rate, type at the rate at the end. So at the rate vSphere.local. So this is, always remember, on the management console, we log in this manner. We don't use root account to log into the management console. So enter the
And the
password, please.
password,
Yes.
that is the same which I had before, or the
So
administrator?
if you're using the same password for everything, remember in stage 2,
Okay.
it wanted you to enter a password. So that password will be the main password for this. So now we saw a second difference. So first difference was in the configuration console, we need to log in with root account, whereas in management console, we always log in with administrator at vSphere.local account. So now we are logging into VCSA. Since you're logged into VCSA, this will be our main console from now on. So for that reason, guys, this is why I'm saying that please use what? Please make sure that VCSA is working fine next time. So VCSA is right here, and later on we will be connecting that to Active Directory. So we will be creating users in Active Directory and logging into VCSA. So
Adam bhai, I have a question.
yes,
So this is the management console, right?
yes,
And the previous one, okay, and this is the vCenter server. This is the server management console, not the console, but what you call it.
right. This is just a configuration console.
Configuration console, yes. So from from services, there are some services where you can start and where you can stop, or what kind of other things you can manage from this management console.
Yes, from this management console, we can, so click on the other one, update, click on below. So the
Update,
next
okay.
option, update, we can update vCenter right from here as well, but we don't update vCenter right from here. We do it from the update manager inside the vCenter. So this is why we don't update from here. If you ever need to update, we will update it right from here. And here it's saying the last check was done on December 14th, which is saying that it is up to date. So at the moment, and basically this is the latest version. So vCenter 7 is the latest version. There is no version after that. For that reason, we won't find any update, but we can update a vCenter right from here. Secondly, go to the next option, administration. In administration, you can change the password expiry. There is a password requirement, or you can change the password of root account as well. This is a root account password change. So if you ever need to change a root account password change, you must log in with the root and then change the password.
Root account, sorry, the first password or the second password, like which is the root password?
The root password is the first password. Yes, it's the first password. So here you can change that. You can also change the expiration policy as well. That if there is, it's saying that validity is 90 days. So in 90 days, this password will be expired. So, and if you want to change that to like unlimited number of days, or maybe add 180 days or more, you can change all that here. We'll just leave it as is. We won't change anything. Next one, you can also set up an email here as well. So if you see the third option within the password expiration setting, here you can also set up an email. Email is not set up in this case. Just before the password expiry, it should send you an email. But for that, you will have to have internet. You'll have to have some type of email services. In real environment, we do have email services available, but here we won't configure anything in this.
I have a question here.
Please go ahead.
You just mentioned about the email. So, like I'm just talking a journal thing. Suppose, like we get so many junk mails, right? So maybe in 1 minute, 1 million people, they get email. So how does that one work? Like they cannot send one by one, right, sir? So how they send it, like in like bundles of emails?
Okay, so your question is about how does those junk emails send throughout the world, or how to stop them?
Yes. No. How they send it? Like
how they send it?
yeah, like
Sending it. Yes, sending it really easy, because they have softwares, and the softwares can send out junk emails. Those are free software. There are free websites as well. You can create one message, and you can send it throughout the world.
Yes, sir. Not only junk, like maybe, if there are 5,000 employees, they want, like if the management want to send one email to everyone, right?
Right.
So in that case, how they send it? Like they
Okay.
definitely don't send one by one, right, sir?
Right. So Alamgir, if you don't mind, I'll take that question. I mean,
Sure.
I'll park that question right after the class. I'll explain that to you.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So guys, right here, we can see the administration. Then under the administration, there is syslog. syslog is the place where you will see all the logs that are happening on vCenter. Now we don't use this place because we use recent activities within the vCenter. Within the vCenter, we have everything that you see right here. Then go to the backup, click on the backup, and we can take a complete backup of basic VMware setting. But in order to set up a backup, right there on the top, you can see it's saying that before taking a backup server needs to be, so we need to have a backup server before we can set up the backup here. So we can back up the complete vCenter, and we can also back up the vCenter right from within the vCenter as well. So now in short, in summary, in configuration screen, whatever you see here, this we already configured, right? So please go to the networking. So in the networking, whatever we did in stage 1 and stage 2 of the VCSA installation, everything is configured here. So, but sometimes, just like in my case, I am not able to access my VCSA management console. So I can come back to this configuration screen and try to see what services are not working and troubleshooting. But 99% of VCSA management will be done from the management console. Now, can you change to management console? So within the management console, here we have now management console. Right here, it is showing us the the VCSA server. Now, can you click on 50, 192, 168? So here, right above this 192, there are 4 icons here. The first one is host and cluster. If you just take so first one is host and cluster. Here we will add all of our hosts inside. And second one, go to the second one, please. These are all of the, so this is, so go back to your mouse. So first one is host and cluster. Second one is, I think these are all of the VMs that are connected. The third one is the storage. And fourth one is networking. So we will be configuring that in the next lecture, working on VCSA. Also, we'll be working on vCenter. And I will, okay, excellent. That is good, Naveed. So thank you for sharing. I'll share my screen. I'll recap everything that we have configured, we did today, and then we'll just finish today's lecture.
Sir, quick thing.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, this is the management console where you added the SCSI adapter, right? Because I was watching your video.
Yes.
Where you created the storage.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
So, okay.
Exactly.
So I found it, so I can do it later on. That's good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Very good. So guys, here Abdullah has a very good definition for appliance that VMs. So if you're looking at the chat, VM already configured. VMs are always already configured and customized to do certain type of work and can be referred to as VM. Whereas appliances are predefined. Appliances are predefined, pre-created VM. I mean, ready-made VMs, just like home appliances. I mean, fridge is there, the cooking range is there. So just like that appliance, you just bring that appliance and fit that into our environment. So that's a good example. So guys, here just I just wanted to see that if my vCenter is working fine, for which I need to connect to my. So here I'll just refresh the screen one time and see that if restarting vCenter worked for me or not. So I am trying to connect. So while this is trying to log in, and at the same time, I just wanted to see that if VCSA is working. So VCSA is started, and here I can confirm that VCSA is running. So here VCSA is running. So it's fine. One thing that I see here is my VCSA is configured with 11 GB of memory, whereas it needs 12 GB of memory, so that might be an issue as well. Whereas it's using just host memory 4.7 GB. So even though it is configured with 12 GB, but it is just using 4.7 GB to start. And so, so my question to Naveed is, Naveed, how much time do you spend in the lab during the week in general, in approximate time? Naveed, are you here? Okay, Naveed is not here. Wasim, can you tell us about your experience? How much time do you spend in the lab?
Sir, I think every day minimum 3 hours I'm spending on the lab, especially
Wow,
me and Bharti yes. And
really?
I'm telling you one more thing that in 2016 server from Active Directory at DNS, DHCP, I wrote all the commands and steps. So I have like 15 pages of commands and configuration, which I can share with anybody, and he can go on the server and start making whatever they want.
Wow, that's excellent.
So this is me and Bhattibai is doing. We have a plan once the all class all over, we will share those documents with everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Every day, 2 to 3 hours. How do you manage that time after work? I mean, you also work as well.
Sir, sir, Alhamdulillah, I'm lucky that the work I have, what I do is I park my van, I'm in my car, and then I sit in my van for like 2 3 hours. As soon as I get time, I call Bhatti Bhai, I mean Alamgir Bhai and Salim, and then we will have conference call, and then we start everything, and then every day we finish one thing. We are not leaving anything behind because we started like failover cluster, everything we have done like 2 or 3
Sir,
times.
740, 41, 42. I think we did at least 6, 7 times. So we are
Yes.
keep going.
Really? So
Yeah,
seven,
Yeah.
741. What's 6 or 7 times?
everything, sir.
Uh, Sir, everything like from OU to site and services, and then records, and then failover cluster, Hyper-V, and then
DNS,
DNS, and then DHCP, and then came back to this VCSA.
forest,
So
and then trust, then lookup zone, forward lookup zone, reverse lookup zone, everything, whatever we can.
Okay, excellent,
so
excellent.
we have three different. I have three different infrastructure. One is for my personal lab, one is for
Mm-hmm.
your lab, and one VCSA, our practice lab.
Okay, wow. MashaAllah, that's great.
So
So
need
what?
your praise, sir.
Just
Okay.
this is a little bit new concept, sir. So you're just getting little bit, problem. But Alhamdulillah, we have covered, as you saw, that we even we were able to configure open filer and this thing too. But little bit, getting little bit problem. But it's going away.
It's moving on. Excellent, excellent. That's called really really honest effort. I know that everyone is trying to do the same, guys. This with this type of effort, you will be easily get into the job market. I mean, anything less than this will be a bit difficult. You will it might take maybe another year, but the problem is that right after once the training is finished, you will lose the motivation. So this will happen. This is natural. This is very natural. Once you're out of the training, basically you're out of focus, and then your focus will be everywhere else. So the good thing will be that try to attach yourself with somebody who is very very active. Now you know everyone that who is actively working, so please try to attach yourself with them however it is possible. Maybe on their timing you'll have to sacrifice your time, because they are already sacrificing their time, and I'm 100% sure that these guys are ready to help and willing to help everyone else as well. So very good, everyone. I know that Naveed and Alamgir and everyone. This is why I wanted to ask you that how you are basically on top of these things, because these are new things here. It will be a bit difficult for everyone to work together. But guys, this is the time now. These 3 months, these next 3 months will be very very important for us to get into the job market. So we need more and more time in this, guys. Always keep your eyes on the money, always keep your eyes on the reward. So if your eyes is on the reward, then you will definitely make time to make it possible, because you will be basically doubling or maybe tripling your income. So this will help you double or triple your income for the next many years, many years, inshallah. So for that reason, sacrifice your time, sacrifice more time, and working with positive and active people is very important. So that's the main thing. Stay away from negative people. Please stay away from the negative people. Whoever starts talking about IT, there are no job market, there is this and that and that, just move away, just move away. Put just something in your ears, put something on your eyes, and just move away from there easily, just because you don't want to hear anything of that, because you're already getting the treatment. This is exactly like if somebody's suffering from something, you need to stay away from that environment. So at this point, negativity is it will be really bad for everyone in the class. So stay away from that people. There is reward waiting, inshallah. Just so the main idea is to become an expert of everything what we are doing in the class. Okay, so next lecture objective is VCSA, and everything should be ready. And for that, work with your colleagues. Wherever you need help, just make sure environment is ready. Or I'll give you the shortcut for this environment. So let's say if you're already spent a lot of time and your environment is not ready. Okay, if your environment is not ready, you've already spent a lot of time. You all live close by. I mean, most of the people are living within Canada, within GTA. So you can buy a 2 TB hard disk, go to I mean, maybe the person whose lab is fine, just copy the complete lab in your disk and bring it to your place, and your lab will be ready. So the good thing about virtualization is you can move it from anywhere to anywhere. So if your environment is not ready, first of all, make sure your environment is ready. Not ready, if it is not ready, drive to somebody's location and get the complete lab, copy it in your disk, and bring it to your place. Or maybe better might be sit with them in Tim Hortons and have it fixed with their help. Any questions? Any confusions? Anyone? Okay, everyone.
Okay, sorry, Atamai, you were calling me, but I was in washroom that time. Sorry about that. It's been a
Okay,
long
we
time.
never heard the sound of, we were never heard the sound of, that thing. Okay, so it's fine. We just wanted someone to share their screen, share their experience. So the question was that how much time do you spend during the week on the labs,
On
Naveed?
the labs, weekly, like somewhere between, I didn't calculate, but it's my estimate, some like 8 to 10 hours a week.
Oh wow, yes. Okay, yeah.
Yes,
This much of time will get you
yes.
to that comfortable pace where you are at the moment. Excellent.
And most of the time, I take my laptop to my work, and whenever I get time, so I start working on it for 1 hour or 1.5 hours.
Excellent,
Because
excellent.
we have to prepare for the exams too. But my target is to take both things all together. So this is the best practice, like from my side. That whenever I get a chance, I take my laptop to my work, and whenever I get some time, I start working labs in my office. Because I cannot focus on the questions of the examinations when I'm at work, but I can focus on the lab at work.
Okay, okay. So
Yeah.
that's excellent. I mean, maybe some people might not have that luxury of taking the laptop with them, basically. But after work, just take
Hmm.
1 hour nap and then work on the labs. But you'll have to spend like every day, spend 1 or 2 hours on the labs.
True, that's true.
Okay. Okay, everyone. And so this is all for today. And next week, sorry, in the next lecture, we'll continue further.
I get that. Okay, Damai, like the thing which I want to ask you is the proper way to shut down the management console. I saw that there is one log out there, but let me go back again. Give me one quick minute. Okay, so the management console below, right below the email address is log out. Okay, so this is something.
Right. So
And about, and
you can share your screen if you like.
okay.
Okay, we can see your screen. So
Okay, now this is the management console, and
so
there
if you're
was
logged out,
administrator.
yes, if you're logged out from here, that is fine. And have you taken a snapshot of your environment?
Yes, sir, I did that.
Okay, excellent. Then don't worry about this. So if you have a good snapshot of this environment, then you can
Hmm.
just. Otherwise, the best way to shut down this environment is properly shut down VCSA and then shut down ESXi host and then close them.
Right, right. Okay, got it. And this is after to shut down.
Yeah, that's the proper way of shutting down ESXi.
Have to
Sir,
shut
if
down.
you don't mind, after that, can you check my screen too?
Yes, yes, I will.
Thank you.
So
But that's okay. I can let you stop the share from here. That's
okay, very good. Faz asked the question, sir. My question is, if we need to spend 8 hours a week, which lab do we do again and again? Okay, so before I can answer this, can anyone answer this question?
yeah. Those labs which you feel where you have to work on. What are the weak areas related to the labs? Need to spend more times on those ones.
Sir, can I add something here?
Yes, yes,
Right.
please go ahead,
It's
Wasim.
gonna be my 2 cents.
Yes.
The best way is because these all study are practical study. You cannot, leave anything like behind for 1 month. Then you will forget everything. Okay. The best practice is every day, 30 minutes. Start that today. I have to start creating OUs. Okay. Just create the OU, and next day, if you leave OU in the middle of something, and you promise yourself, go next day and finish the OU first, and then next day go do the child domain, and so on. Then you will be like stick with the practical things and previous lectures and lab. Otherwise, you will forget everything.
Okay, that's a good strategy.
Right.
So basically,
So
it's matter if they just make two infrastructures, one
Mm-hmm.
for the previous one, whatever we have learned so far, like maybe 740, 41, 42, and go one by one, and then the new one. So, like in the morning, maybe they can do the previous one, and in the evening they can do the new one, right? So in this
sir,
way,
I just post you on your WhatsApp. Can you check what I sent you?
Okay.
And if you want, you can share. This is how we are working on each and every part of the 2016 server.
Okay. And okay, this is a list of all the tasks, all of the very important tasks
Yes,
that you've been through. This is excellent.
yes.
This is very good. This can be shared with everyone else so that they can keep that in mind that these are very important tasks that they need to do.
So
So yes, yes, go ahead.
so I made all the headings of like failover cluster, same thing. Conditional forwarder, same thing. Trust, same thing. This is how I made everything. And
Excellent,
me and Bhatti by
excellent.
doing this. Yeah.
Very good, very good. Okay, so that's really good. Do you want to share it to everyone?
Yes, I'm gonna do it because this
Okay.
is this everything I did based on my personal understanding. Okay.
Okay.
But I'll make it more formal and then I will share with everyone.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Um. Okay. So. Okay, everyone, that is it for today. If you have any issue, any problem, I'll connect to Salim's machine.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
but during the week, guys, during the week, just work with. I think everyone is working on the lab, so whoever wants to work with anyone, just send them a message or even on the WhatsApp and try to join them.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank
Have a
you.
great day.
You
Enjoy. See you.
too. Salim, you can share. Okay, Salim, you want me
Yeah.
to share?
Thank you. I'll come
Connect to
by your
your.
office. Take care.
Okay,
thank you.
Allah Hafiz. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
I think you are already connected, sir, or not yet?
Okay. So yeah, I think I'm already connected. Yes, I'm already connected here. Okay, I can see your screen, and I can see your screen.
You know what happens, sir, when we are installing like a 68% got like stuck. When I refresh it, then it came like page vCenter is installed.
Okay, very good. That's
Yeah.
excellent. So maybe that page is not refreshing itself, but the
Oh yeah,
vCenter is installed, and
maybe.
now you're here.
Yeah.
And let's see if all the important services are working.
There was
So,
like couple messages like showing.
so it seems like the services are working. So let's try to connect to the management console. So right here. Yeah, it seems like your vCenter is installed. So I would highly recommend that after this, just take a snapshot of this environment.
Okay, sure.
So here we will log in with administrator
Okay.
and password. So please enter the password.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I put wrong password.
No, sometime it takes a little bit longer to log in.
I see. Is the internet problem, sir? Is why is very slow?
No, it is. Here everything is working fine and connect to your ESXi host, please. Always try to connect to ESXi host from Chrome.
Oh, Chrome. Okay.
You can copy this or you can type it again.
Uh, I have to close these tabs.
Yeah. So not these. Yes, just here type the IP address, HTTPS and
168.
10.20. Was it 10.20?
Yeah.
So not here, not here. So copy this now, copy this and put it in the address bar. So just a second, hold on. So copy it from here. We'll copy this so that you don't have to type it and we'll put it in the address bar here. So here
Yeah.
I'll just paste it. Okay. So now we are connecting. So please type in username, password, root.
Okay.
So here, let's go to the virtual machine. And here we can see that it's working
Yeah.
and it is connected. There is some activity of CPU and this here as well. Here we
Yeah.
have 8 GB of memory. Um, So this is why it is slow, because we have provided less, but you are connected.
Oh,
Excellent. So everything is connected.
okay, thank you.
It's just a bit slow because we have changed the memory to 8 GB. So that's fine. That's okay.
Oh, thank
But
you.
now you do have some memory where you can add another ESXi. So you have you have two ESXi hosts? Yes, you have two ESXi hosts.
We have three. One is shut down.
Okay, that's fine. But also create open filer next time. Okay.
Oh, sure.
Okay,
And
excellent.
and other things are I need to take a snapshot. So like the same like
Yes.
same.
So snapshot right from here. So
Oh,
here we will take a snapshot. Take a snapshot of this. We'll say good. So we'll say just good so that
oh,
we can have everything in the same level.
okay.
You've taken a, yes, so snapshot is happening here. Same thing goes for the other one as well.
Okay.
This will take up some disk space, but this will be good for the, I mean, do you know how much space you have on the C drive?
C drive.
Okay, just a second, just a second. Let's take a snapshot of this too.
Okay.
And this too. So when we take a snapshot, we take a snapshot for all three of them, okay?
Oh, okay.
So that so that if you have to bring it back, we can bring them back together. So
Oh.
now this is happening. Once this is all 100%, so this is
Even
all,
vCenter too, sir. We can bring back.
yes, yes, everything. So let's say if tomorrow something happens to this, you can
Okay.
always go back to the snapshot and just click on this. If you click
Okay.
on this, but you'll have to do that for all three of them. So first this
Oh.
one, then this one, then it will come back to the same state.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Okay.
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
see you guys in the next
Okay.
lecture, inshallah.
Allah
Okay.
Hafiz.
Assalamu alaikum.
Allah. Thank you, Aizan.
Alamgir, you had a question?
No, sir, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. See you in the next lecture.
Thank you, sir.
Inshallah.
Khuda Hafiz. Good night.
Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.